which will be any minute now. So many options to choose from. I know, right? I mean, just look at Germany. The HRE is absolutely absurd. Yeah, just the level of fidelity in this area. All of these, of course, being playable. Yeah. HRE is going to be completely mental. But I am kind of forgetting that I have seen this game probably for the last year or so. I've played it on and off, never very long. So anything past probably 1350 is basically going to be new. But for many of you, this may well be the first time of seeing Europa Universalis V. So I'm actually kind of regretting not showing you the start screen, but never mind. This is the game. It is 1337, which is earlier than the 1444 start date. So we do in fact start in the late Middle Ages here, as opposed to the early Renaissance. But it does still play all the way through until 1825. So it's basically added an extra 100 years of gameplay, which is kind of crazy. How many hours do I have so far? Like 6, probably. Something like that. In terms of how much I've practiced since release, 4 hours, though an hour or two of that was probably me not actually playing, so probably about 3 hours since release. So not very long. And I played during the pre-release, gave some feedback and things to the Tinto team. From my experiences, I played exclusively as the Kingdom of England, which now that I've spoken to some other people that have played post-release, there's kind of a split opinion as to whether you should start as a larger country or as a mid-sized country. The benefits of the larger country, obviously, is you can have a more immediate impact on things, but this game is overwhelming. It is very overwhelming, even compared to other Paradox games like EU4 or Vicky. So there is also another set of thought, which is basically saying you should probably play as a smaller country. Denmark, Sweden, Brandenburg. Like, I'm not even sure that Bohemia and Austria count as mid-sized. I would think that they might be a bit bigger. A lot of the other content creators are saying that Serbia is a really good starting country to learn the game. And I played a little bit yesterday as Brandenburg, just because Brandenburg tends to be like my starting game. At least it has been in EU3, EU4, and now. Although I still quite like England as a starting nation because you're a little bit isolated from the problems, but it's the 100 Years' War, so you're going to be in conflict fairly early on. I haven't looked at anything of the rest of the world. I know that the Sultanate of Delhi is still quite powerful here. This is before like the rise of Vijayanagar. Great Yuan. You thought Ming was big? This is even bigger. Ashikaga Shogunate, so we are still very much in the Sengoku Jidai period, I believe, of Japan. I can't pretend to know that much. We've got Philippines, naturally. Very important area of the world at the moment. And if you don't know why, you should check out the latest dev diary for Hearts of Iron 4. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to link it. I want the Paradox Forum. Because my latest dev diary, which is the latest dev diary, released on Thursday. Well, I haven't actually read any of the comments today. I should probably do that. So that's the latest dev diary for Hoi. And part of that should also be the feature video. So it's actually very good. Several people have said the feature video is better than the dev diary itself, and I don't disagree with them. So, hi, welcome to EU5, where we're talking about Hearts of Iron. But hey, this is important to me. This is what I've literally been working on for the last hour. Last year. Slightly longer than an hour. So yeah, we've got all of that. I was also going to bring up the YouTube chat. That's the other thing I got distracted by. Sorry, YouTube. Ba, 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 ba. Last year. And where's the chat? Pop out chat. There we are. Okay, we have YouTube here as well now. Excellent. Shameless self-promoting. Yes, absolutely. So, Philippines, as we were talking about that, most important country coming in the new Hoi update. We have the Indies, Southeast Asia, the various hordes, including the absolutely chonking Golden Horde. What year did EU3 start? Because that was earlier than 1444, and I remember in that Golden Horde being really strong. I am guessing that they are also very strong here as well. Although Chagatai is obviously split off, and so has Iran. Then we have the Middle East. A very, 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 very small Ottomans. But apparently there is an entire mechanic around, like the rise of the Ottomans, or whichever Turkic nation takes over Anatolia. It doesn't have to be the Ottomans. We have the Byzantines, which are still not just an OPM. So good for them. The Mamluks, looking fairly strong over here. Various African nations. Do we have Kubaluba? Those are the important ones. No, we don't. Ah. Zimbabwe. Nothing in South Africa whatsoever. Kilwa's over there. What about Zanzibar? I can actually tell you which island Zanzibar is. There's more of them. That's cheating. There it is. There's Zanzibar. And then we have Madagascar. Don't know if there will be any pirates in Madagascar. I don't know how many of those types of mechanics are in yet. Then we have the Mali area, including the Mali Empire, who are probably quite wealthy. North Africa, Morocco, Tlemcen, Tunis, and then obviously Europe. The country I am probably the most interested in is... Shoot. Press back. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Okay, you're going to watch the loading screens and see what I mean by them being a bit jerky. The game, otherwise, performance-wise, has been totally fine. I just want to highlight that. It's just literally the loading screens that struggle. 1399 was the earliest start date in E3. Aha! Thank you. Also, the music's going to be very loud. I haven't balanced that yet. We needed some drama. I must say I really like the theme tune. Which is this one. Is there no way of seeing the settings from here? No, that's unfortunate. Anyway, what I was trying to do was zoom in on this bit. There is a Greenlandic nation. They are a Ealdom. They are Catholic, so there's no Norse religion here. But this is historical. The Norse colony in Greenland did survive until early 1400s. I think it was like 1415 was the last time that they had contact with the Greenlandic colony. So the fact you can play as them, I think, is really interesting. I'm not going to do it now, because I definitely don't know enough about the game. But this is a country that I absolutely want to try out in the future. I think it'll be really interesting. And we have a couple of nations in North America. Not that many at this point. Cahokia being the largest. And then we have Central America, where I'm assuming we have Aztecs. Tenochtitlan, so these are going to be the Aztecs. Whether they start with minions or something, I'm not sure. Yes. And then South America looking pretty empty. No Mayans. So yeah, these are the different nations. I think for today, we'll play in... Man, I'm really having to shout. Europe. I can't turn the music down. Wait, what's this? Legend key. That doesn't help. These are the map modes. Sorry. Oh, wait, no, I can turn it down. I have other means. There we go. So it's going to be super loud in my head. But it should be pretty quiet for you. Oh, I know the music's loud. I can't do anything about it in this screen. But I can because OBS has a separate setting. So, we need to work out who we're going to play as. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so you can see a bit more of the European map, because this is where I want to play. It's the area I'm most familiar with and probably know the most history of this era about. So if anything like takes an interest, then mention it. Why did the Greenlandic colony fail? Was it the Khmer Union? No, so the period that the Vikings colonized Greenland was during a warm age. So more of Greenland was actually green. But in the 1400s to the 16, there was a mini ice age. So basically Greenland was just wiped out. They could not sustain themselves anymore. And the reason we know that it disappeared is the Pope hadn't received any tithes for several years. So he sent a papal legate out to Greenland to say, hey, where's my money? And completely deserted. And that was the last contact we had with Greenland, and then it was basically forgotten for several hundred years. What am I interested in trying out? That is a good question. So yeah, let's frame this a little bit. I think I want to do a small to mid-sized country, because I'd like to start looking a bit more into production and trade. Probably not trade, not yet, but production. I had a little bit of a play with Brandenburg yesterday, and it was good. I liked Brandenburg. They have enough power to actually be meaningful without being overwhelming. They also have some content, which is another thing we can check. There is a setting which lets you see how much unique content countries have. It's this number here and this number here. So like Tenochtitlan has a little bit, but if we click on, say, Brandenburg, no, it actually has less country bonuses, but it has 61 events instead of, what was it, like 13. England has 233 events and 31 unique pieces of content. 205 for the French, 31. So we don't want to go for someone that has absolutely nothing. I'm not that interested in that. But something mid-sized, like maybe Holland, Flanders, Brandenburg, Teutonic Order, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, maybe Naples, maybe Mallorca. Although Mallorca being so heavily split is a bit... sends some shivers. I don't really want to do trade yet, so maybe not Genoa or Venice. Also, I've heard that Venice is hugely overwhelming because they have like 13 different markets at the start of the game, or something insane. I don't think it's actually 13, but it's a lot. Sweden's great for learning trade. Also, Florence into Tuscany. True, although Florence was my nemesis in EU4. I remember for the longest time I could not survive with them. Until I could, in which case it became one of my favourites. Not entirely. Denmark's still got walrus ivory. Yeah, narwhal tusks and walrus. Sicily? Milan? Oh, Milan's not a bad idea. I do remember having good times with Milan in EU4 as well. What culture is Sicily? Sicilian, obviously. I was wondering if any of the Norman connection was still here. Because I know Sicily was Norman for a while. Serbia, I've heard, is a really good one for a starter country. So I suspect other people are going to be playing as Serbia, so I think I want to do something else. I'm still kind of leaning towards Brandenburg. Go with something that's a little familiar so I know what's going on. Milan is possible. We will do a vote. So Brandenburg, Milan... Brabant, I seem to remember, is a less trade-focused Netherlands, basically. So we could do Brabant. Frisia is the one and only peasant republic in the Holy Roman Empire, which has a very funny name. I think it's called like the Imperial Peasant Republic, which is hilarious. Stettin for the HRE. If I did HRE, I would probably do Lübeck, because I have a really big soft spot for the Hunter. The Hunter is also playable, though I actually have no idea how you select them. There you go. So yes, you can in fact play as a non-country entity, like the Hanseatic League. But again, that's going to be very trade heavy, and I don't want to do trade this playthrough. I want to do production, politics, and military. What about Kyiv? Give them power. I'm a bit scared of this. To play something right on the border with them. Veliki Novgorod. I would like to play as at some point, because I really like Novgorod. Again, because the Hunter links. But not today. Another one which I could be tempted by is Mecklenburg. Mecklenburg is one that I did play early on in EU4 before the Hunter became a thing. Alright, let's put together a poll, shall we? Twitch. Match poll. New poll. So we got Brandenburg. I'm going to put Sweden. I think Sweden would be interesting. Mecklenburg. Brabant. Not Brabant. Brabant. And Milan was the last one. So I'm going to see this more as an advisory thing. I'm still going to click around to make ultimate decisions, but I'm curious about what you guys think. So I'm not going to allow additional votes for this one. Because I don't feel it fair to be upfront and say, I may not do what you want me to do. I'm going to reserve the final right to choose for myself. But I'm still curious. I know Norway is a starter country. Norway I did consider, but I think I would prefer to do Sweden over Norway. Especially because I've done absolutely zero with colonization in the game. Like, one of these days, once I have a better understanding of production and trade, I think then I'll do colonization. But I don't yet. Warfare, I think I'm probably strongest at. Because 100 Years' War England, there is a lot of it. And I did enjoy Brandenburg. Beat up Wolgast and took them out. Although I had a couple of regrets there. I annexed them entirely instead of vassalizing. I should probably have vassalized, because HRE. Okay. What are we playing today? EU5. As it says in the title. Still trying to figure out migration. Yeah, I think that's part of the reason I want to play in... Oh, because the colonies require migration. Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying. Are they... Knights in this? Oh, they are! Are they in order, or do they start with land? No, they actually start with land and roads. Cool! We'll definitely have to play as the Knights again. They probably... After having played a lot of EU4, the Knights were probably my favourite nation of all time. I can say that with a little bit of hindsight now. Need to rip the 5-minute section out of my stream from yesterday where I did the Fire and Forget Trade 101, because yeah, once you get your brain around it, it's fine. It's just the UI misleads you slightly. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so we've got a tie between Milan and Brandenburg. Okay. Then I think I'm going to settle on Brandenburg. I'm going to go with the more familiar. Milan could also be interesting. Can I see what production stuff Milan has? Wait, what markets are you in? So you're in just one, which is Genova.
Genoa is the 6th largest city in Italy and the capital of the Italian region of Liguria.
Shut up,
Would you
phone.
like to hear more?
I don't want to know about Genoa. I know about Genoa. Took me by surprise a bit. Brandenburg, I think, is split between them. Yes, they are. There and there. But that's not what I was looking at. I was trying to find resources. Raw materials, there we are. What does Milan actually produce? Is that Milan? I think it is. Yes. They're bigger than I realised. So they have... Oh, zoom in. Livestock. Oh, loads of wheat. Huh. Iron, lead, lumber, fruit, clay, wine, lumber. They seem to have some pretty good resources. Rice. Rice. In Italy. Huh. Gold. Whereas Brandenburg has a really eclectic mix of things. Wool, legumes, wheat, fruit, fur, fibre crops, livestock, sturdy grains, wild game, lumber, fish, fur. So I think Milan is going to be a bit of a breadbasket, whereas Brandenburg probably has more of a mix of different things. I think I'm leaning towards Brandenburg. Not another Brandenburg run. Yeah, actually, that's probably true. Lots of people have done Brandenburg. All right, let's do Milan. Let's be a bit different. We're going to have a lot less resources, but a lot more food. So we can probably have very, very big population. So maybe we're more about producing goods. But then I really am going to need to understand trade. Buying in raw goods and then producing something else out of them. Haven't seen any Brandenburg runs. God damn it! Alright, we're going to do a runoff between Milan and Brandenburg. Now that you've seen a bit more of a difference. Milan, Brandenburg. So Milan has wheat. It's probably going to have a bigger population. And it's further out from the HRE, so there might be more expansion opportunities. I don't know. Brandenburg is an elector from the start, so has more opportunities in the HRE. It has a much wider set of resources. Both of them are going to be fairly military, I suspect, or have military potential. So there we go. That's your overview of what the two can do. What market is Milan in? Genoa. Entirely in Genoa. I guess that's where the market's based. The Dutch node is called Brugge? I guess at this point it would be dominated by Antwerp. In which case, why is it not called Antwerp? That would be Antwerp. No. This is Antwerp. Interesting. Anyway, how's that vote going? Huzzah! Okay, it's pretty far ahead in one direction already, but I'll give it a little time. It's fine. Meanwhile, Emperor Blizzard coming in with 61-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Emperor Blizzard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brugge sounds more swampy than Antwerp, making sure people know the lowlands are swamp Germany. No. Germany is forest Dutch. It's true. They are. Okay, the vote is basically over, and this has been pretty overwhelmingly in favour of Milan. So Milan it is. So who are we? We are Azor Visconti. We have decent stats, 60 admin, 25 diplo, 64 military. And we are also a bold fighter, so quite good at combat. And we are the Signore of Milan. Mostly Lombard, with a tiny bit of Emilian, Piedmontese and Italki. We are overwhelmingly Catholic, with a tiny bit of Jewish. Ghibellines International Organization. What's this? Group of Italian states who align themselves with the interests of the Holy Roman Empire in Italy. Oh, okay. We are in the Catholic Church, and we are in the HRE. Oh yeah, we have 37 events. How many does Brandenburg have? 61. But we do have more unique content. Different texts, laws, reforms, and unit types. Is all of this. And then this basically is a breakdown of it all. I'm not going to spoil that though, we're going to find that out when we're playing. The politics of the Italian peninsula are a double-edged sword. Foes and friends, allies and rivals, all are but identities put on and taken off as easily as the gilded mask, and Milan is no different. Centred around the strong urban centre of Milano, we seek to project our strength on newly conquered territories around us, whilst also protecting ourselves from the traitors of the east and the west. Internally, the rise of the autonomous city-states will likely cause issues for the administration and the preservation of our sovereignty. In short, threats surround us like daggers in the night. Despite the dangers, however, the Milanese position in this hostile environment is quite advantageous. We stand to gain an inconceivable amount of glory and prestige should we succeed in quelling both internal and external danger, provided we have a strong and united leadership to guide us. Okay, let's go. Is Milan a merchant republic? No, I doubt it. Okie dokie. So, this is how the game looks. We are here. I usually stay in the political map mode because I think it's the most useful. I think the game actually starts you out in this one, which isn't that useful. Use this one, it's better. Because then you can more clearly see your own territory. We have the banners at the top of the screen, which are very useful because they basically are ordered in order of importance from left to right. They're also color-coded, so you basically get a double whammy. So this one here on the far right, which is just the welcome menu, don't really care about that, so I'm just going to right-click on it and remove it. First thing I usually do is technology. We don't have a current tech, so let's go see what is available. And from the start of the game, they make this choice very easy by removing choice. There is only one, but if we click on this banner up here, that gives us the tech tree. And most, I would say, of Europe have completed the feudalism institution, which is this stuff on the left. Is that right? I may be wrong, actually. Meritocracy, religion, shipbuilding, quarrying, agriculture. What is considered feudalism? But there are three institutions which will spread independently and basically unlock different parts of the tech tree. So we start with feudalism and legalism, entirely embraced, but we do not have meritocracy. That is a Eastern institution. It may spread to us eventually. I don't know. I haven't seen it spread, but I'm sure it's possible eventually. So we have feudalism and we have legalism. So I'm going to assume this is legalism. And this is probably feudalism. Feudalism being basically a form of agriculture. It's a way of dividing up your lands. But we've completed all of this, so we don't need to worry about it so much. The one part that we have not is here, organized religion. So apparently Catholic Italy hasn't done much with religion yet. So we're going to take organized religion. It's going to give us max literacy from the clergy. Also gives us more clerics in towns and cities, and it will lead to classic scholasticism, which gives us more institution growth, guilds, which increases burghers, and I'm assuming that's number of burghers. I'm not actually 100% sure. And then literacy for the burghers, or gives universal Christianity, which gives diplomats. The interesting thing about universal Christianity is, one, it is a unique technology. It is available to only the Catholics, denoted by this. Anyone can get guilds, anyone can get classic scholasticism. Different religions may have different technologies, different nations may have different technologies, and different, I think there's three. So these are Catholicism. Let's see if I can find any which is Milan only. There we go. Because Milan is a republic, our form of government gives us the Bill of Rights. Which incidentally is the third type. And there's the Milan one. So because we are playing as Milan, we get Lombard heritage, which gives us an additional diplomatic capacity. Which is quite nice because we get that from the start. Similarly, we get condottieri tradition, which is more infantry power. Good to know. So we want soldiers. Okay, back over to organized religion, and then this one leads to experience of the Baltic Crusades, which gives army tradition, which if we're playing a more military nation, which we probably are, that's useful. But let's go ahead and add organized religion. You've played Farthest Frontier for the first time, really enjoying it. Excellent, KO. Glad to hear that. We have non-integrated provinces. We'll need to take a look at what that means in a minute. We have pops with needs. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Unprofitable buildings. Wow, that's a lot more than Brandenburg has. That might be because we haven't unpaused yet, though. I'm not going to do anything about that yet. Inefficient minting. Efficiency is only at 50% due to lack of access to needed goods. We have gold. Huh. Weird. Possible cabinet actions. Let's actually do that now. So we have 2 cabinet slots in our nation. We can appoint people. And these are basically our roster of different people that have different abilities. Each of them with admin, diplo, and military. And then there is also... Whoops. Cabinet actions, which are kind of like the council actions in CK3. They are classified by the main stat, so admin, diplo, and military, and they allow you to do various different things. So, for example, we could use a military advisor to increase monthly Republican tradition, which would then do strengthen government, which would boost our Republican tradition. We could do stability, which gives us free stability upgrades. We can do integrations, which, considering it's saying, hey, you have a lot of stuff that's not integrated, might be a good idea. And in fact, what I'm leaning towards is getting 2 people just to work on integration. So let's do a cabinet action, integrate province. And we will start with Monza, because it's already 75% done. Has a decent population. And then we will also do another one on integrate province. And this one we're just going to go for raw manpower. So Bergamo seems like a good choice. Although actually if we do this one, Novara, that's the gold mine up here. It's also got quite a heavy population. You know what, let's do Novara first. Let's integrate that gold mine. And then we need to choose who the cabinet minister is going to be. And now it's listed in order of military, because these are both military positions. So we have this guy. He is also a glory seeker, so he gets more tradition and prestige from battles. Luigi Visconti. Wait, is that us? Who is Luigi? I have no idea. But we're a Visconti, so he's clearly a relative. Music. Let's turn the music down. See, I've already turned it down a bit, but it's mostly the music that needs to go. Right, let's do that, and then let's bring up the music from the OBS again, and hopefully that balances out. You'll need to tell me, though. Also, headset again. Turns out it was the cable that busted. So I didn't need to get a whole new headset, which is good, because, man, these things are expensive. Just needed to get another €17 headset, and then it worked. If you click on the Family Dynasty banner, that one? No, that's diplomacy. That one. Aha! There. 34 years old. And then that other dude whose name I've already forgotten. Was it Luca? It's in the cabinet. Luigi. You have Galazio, Matteo. There's Luca. Leonardo. So Luigi is our best fighter by a long way. So who the dickens is Luigi? Oh, he's way over here. So he's not even an aunt or an uncle. He's an uncle once removed or something. Interesting. Also hover over the character's portrait. Our courtier, distant cousin. Cool. Anyway, so the reason I'm hesitating with Luigi is because he is a glory seeker, which means he's a good general. I don't know. This is actually something that you guys can help me with. Oh, what's this? Ah, what estate they belong to. So he belongs to the crown. That's a good thing, because that's us. We like people who belong to the crown. But what I was saying is there a penalty if you remove someone from a cabinet position and make them a general? Or do I just want to leave him in case we go to war and then make him a general? That was one thing I haven't been able to identify yet. Like, it doesn't look like there's a loyalty rating or anything like that to these guys. It's just their stats, who they are, and traits. Maybe it annoys the estate if we remove him? I'm not sure. Don't think so. Anything I've seen is if you make them the head of the cabinet, you cannot assign him as leader of an army or navy. Okay, so I think that Luigi is going to be one of our integration people. And Gianfrancesco is going to be the other one. Okay, so we have pretty decent stats for integration because we have really good people assigned to these roles. Lovely. We are married. Okay. Wait, you're third. Oh, this is. What's the word? It's not a marriage. It's when they're betrothed. Yeah. I'm assuming. Although it does say that she's a consort already. Ruler's wife. We are in fact married. She's 13. Awesome. Middle Ages and all that. Next up, we have diplomacy. So we currently have 5 diplomats. Diplomats are here now as like a resource, as opposed to a person. And you can basically spend that resource to undertake diplomatic actions. Some diplomatic actions require upkeep, which reduces the rate that you replenish diplomats. Can I lower the music a bit more? Yes, I can. Hopefully that's a bit better. And just double checking my own volume level is within normal parameters, so I think that's fine. Falalalan, How I Miss You, one of the longest running Paradox jokes. Yeah, when I heard that I was like, I know this song. So diplomatic actions, do we have any kind of allies. No, we are international organizations. We don't have any rivals. We should probably declare rivals. Is there anyone around us that I just don't like for the sake of not liking? Don't think so. So let's click on the rivals button and see what's going on here. Is there anyone that particularly doesn't like us? Tyrol doesn't. At least of our neighbours. Let's sort this by their opinion of us. Capital's not close enough. Why are you even showing them then? Because yeah, this is everyone else in the world. Huh. So the one who likes us the least is Tyrol, so we should probably rival against Tyrol. Are you someone that we might want to expand towards? Yes. You are a dark neighbour. Oh wait, that's somebody else. That's Chur. Chur also doesn't like us. But I think we're going to say Tyrol. How many rivals can I have? Does that say anywhere? I guess the other question is, who are you friends with? You have no rivals, you have no allies. Sure. No rivals, no allies. So yeah, I'm thinking Tyrol. Done. And then... is there anyone that we particularly want to make an alliance with? $180 possible candidates. Who likes us the most? Pavia, Como, Mesoko, Urbino, Mantua, Cesna. These are all counties. All quite small. Who's that? Ah, but you're probably aligned with France somehow. I mean, if I can make friends with Florence, I would. But I don't think I can. We could try with Venice, although Venice is very likely to pull us into a lot of different wars. Genoa doesn't like us enough. We could go with Upper Bavaria. Upper Bavaria, I do remember quite the superb republic. Ego. The nobility really liked Upper Bavaria. I think they might even be the emperor at the start of the game. I think one of the Bavarias is. Verona is the big dog of northern Italy. Okay. I mean, they're a direct neighbour. I think Upper Bavaria would be an interesting choice if we can get them. How close are you to doing it? -11. Let's go with Upper Bavaria. I think you're going to annoy the least people. Okay, so we've got Upper Bavaria. The other number we need to keep an eye on is this one, diplomatic capacity for Milan. Now, because we are Lombards, we actually get one extra capacity. We're spending money and we have decent diplomatic rulers, so we can get a bunch more of these. But I'm happy with just Upper Bavaria for the moment. I might start improving relations with Florence just to get ourselves another mid-sized ally. So we'll go ahead and dispatch a diplomat to work on you. And also the Papal States, because Catholic. Now, for every improving relation, it does cost you 0.5 of your diplomatic growth, so you need to be a little bit careful on how you do that one. Okay, so that's diplomacy done for now. We'll probably revisit that. Let's take a look at production. This is going to be part of the game I don't know very well, so bear with me. Before I do that, actually, markets. Now you'll see these little buttons that keep appearing. That's the automation system. So I've just automated everything to do with the markets and everything to do with trade. We'll probably dive into that a bit later, but right now, don't care. Just going to let the AI handle it for me. There is also a very useful menu over here, which shows everything in the game that can be automated. So at the moment, I'm only automating trade production methods. Production methods, I think, is just annoying. I do not want to automate these, because I did that as Brandenburg and it immediately bankrupted me, because it just tried to subsidize everything. Building RGOs, that's the raw material buildings, research laws. I think I'm okay handling everything else. At least for now. We can always automate and unautomate things later. But I love that system. It's a really, really novel way of kind of introducing the game to people. It's like, okay, I want to focus on these facets of the game right now. So I'm going to focus on these facets of the game, and the game can handle everything else. Is there anyone with sea access? I mean, I'm so far away from the sea, I'm not even going to worry about that right now. I guess the closest would be these guys, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are a Genovan minion. No, they're not. So the other thing we can do is start spying on people if we have an eye for expansion. So if we did want to get a coastline... Are you actually on the coast? No, you're not. Wait, are you? That is the coast. Yeah, you are. You absolutely are. So you know what? Let's build a spy network against you. So this cost me a lot of my diplomats. That's fine. Embassy established. Possible reform. We can do 2 government reforms. I don't know that I necessarily... Oh, wait, these things. Yes, we will take a look at that in a bit. You know what? Let's take a look at them now. So we are a republic. We currently have just 19% power, which I'm assuming means that there will be elections at some point. Which is probably a law. I'm not seeing anything about elections. Anyway, we are a republic. We have the dynastic Signora. This might be it. Succession, Lord Signora selection. Eligibility. All rulers in the dynasty, male, cannot re-elect current ruler. Okay. Still doesn't say how often. Or is this literally just when they die, they choose a new one? So you serve for life. I'm not seeing anything saying otherwise. So maybe. Then we have the patricians, who are the aristocracy. They like Upper Bavaria, Venice, Flanders, Novgorod, Denmark. And they currently have land rights, which gives them satisfaction and tax efficiency. Fortification licenses, which increases the fort limit. city-states, which reduces maximum control. Okay, that's a horrible one. Signora of Milan under the Visconti family is marked by a fractured and decentralized state. Different prominent members of the Visconti house, including Azon, Gian Galeazzo, and Barnabo, vie for supremacy through various tactics such as alliances, betrayals, and military campaigns. Constant power struggle constantly weakens the central authority of the Signora and contributes to a state of instability and fragmentation. Okay, so we kind of want to remove that, though it's going to cost an obscene amount of stability to do. Haven't really looked at how to remove things. Then we have the clergy, who have religious literacy rights, which increases their literacy, but moves us... Ah! Damn it, I apparently dropped my pencil on the spacebar. So we unpause briefly. On the religious literacy rights, which moves towards traditionalist, we'll explain that in a minute. Enforced religious unity increases population conversion speed and moves us towards communalism. And then the advisory council, which increases the efficiency of the cabinet. That's nice, and moves us towards spiritualist. Okay, that's actually quite good privilege. Then we have the Burghers. These are the middle class. Progress towards plutocracy, which for a republic is probably a good thing. Trade monopolies. It reduces our trade capacity, but increases the Burgher trade capacity. So I'm assuming that means that they do more of it like privately as opposed to through state means. Building rights. Increases happiness. I mean, it does that for all of them. Reduces building costs, which is cool, and also makes us more plutocratic. Burgher land rights reduces RGO size, so less resources from towns and cities, but moves us towards individualism. And then the Commercial Advisory Council increases trade capacity and moves us towards the capital economy. And then we have the commoners. Free mobility for the common folk, so they can migrate. And moves towards free subjects. We have common militias, increases the peasant levy, and also the levy combat efficiency, and allows them to carry weapons. I'm sure that has no downsides. And then partial yield. Peasant food consumption goes down, RGO and rural goes down, but free subjects. And then from the crown, we can assign 2 more privileges. Oh, we could also do estate privileges if we really wanted to. I'm just going to very quickly just skip through these to see if there's anything that stands out as useful. The thing is, all of these increase their power pretty significantly. Diplomacy or nobility giving more discipline. Possible. The clergy. Maintain clerical proceedings. Makes them happy but pisses off the other 2. Levy sizes. No, not touching that. Especially early on. Then the Burghers. Burghers being allowed to build roads. That one is tempting. Because that's basically going to mean that they'll spend their own money. Gold silver output. Minting threshold. That's also tempting. These ones give far fewer power penalties. Urban development grants. Monthly development. And then the commoners. Commoners allowed in the cabinet. In our noble cabinet. Hunting permits gives you more wild game. That would actually be quite good for Brandenburg. They have quite a lot of wild game. Raw material output. Oh, minus 5%. No labour on a Sunday. Nah. Don't think I want to do any of those. But we do still have 2 of our own reforms, and these do tend to be more positive. So we can get extra food production, move to serfdom. We can get extra diplomatic reputation and capacity, which moves us to conciliatory as opposed to belligerent. Trade office network. Foreign building cost reduced, diplomatic range increased, trade range increased. And sortition. Burghers gain more power, but we also gain more taxes and move towards plutocracy. I could be tempted by that. How does it designate what's a major reform? I'm going to assume it's this. Yeah. It is indeed the frame. So the one with the fancy frame of the major. So the noble elite, merchant republic, peasant republic, and signoria are the things. Right, we're a dynastic signoria as opposed to a signoria. Okay. Right, let's take a look at construction. What gives me the most money at the moment? Out of interest. We'll just go and take a look at the balance. I'm going to beef up the amount of money we're spending on stability because I want to have that constant ticking stability increase. I think that's quite valuable. Cost of the court gives Republican tradition. If Republican tradition is anything like Republican tradition in base game, that's really important to raise. Base game. EU4. Legislative efficiency. How quickly we can implement things. Low tradition means we spend more on stability. Army maintenance, turning it off. Navy maintenance, turning it off. Fort maintenance, turning it off because we're not at war. Diplomatic spending basically increases your diplomatic capacity and your number of generated diplomats. I think we're fine on that at the moment. I'm going to increase this to where we have no penalty to inflation. And I'm not going to touch the taxes at all at the moment. So trade income, selling stuff to Lisbon and Barcelona. We have a number of buildings that cost upkeep. Trade, tax, minting, tax, food. Am I not getting anything from buildings? Apparently not. So let's sort this by profit level. So it looks like the most valuable buildings at the moment would be a tailor's guild, a spinner's guild, possibly a distiller's guild. At some point we are also going to want to build a sergeantry so we can actually start generating manpower. So we're not entirely reliant on levies. But I'm not going to say that that is critical right now. And Roger, heard so much about you from Caitlin. Thought I'd finally follow you with a follow. Thank you, Amy. Welcome to the channel. And indeed, welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. And Katie Cat wants me to drink some tea. Cheers. Automatic trade recalculates itself every month and basically tries to get maximum profit. Trade is only really important whenever you want to try to get institutions, but since you're in Italy, trade being automatic is not important. Okay. Well, in that case, let's just go on pause until the end of the month and let things recalculate, and then we can make some more informed decisions. So you can see now on the top, right above me, we have the days. They go from 8 AM until 7 PM every day. And there goes the month. A bit of lag there. So, this is recalculated now, and the Tailor's Guild is absolutely the one that looks like it's going to make the most money. So if we go ahead and click on you, we can see where we can place you, and a Tailor's Guild in Milan, where we can have up to 18 of these. Looks to be a good investment. So let's go ahead and build one of those. Are we short on anything? Pops with needs. So we need sturdy grain, fruit, fine cloth, fur, furniture, legume, beeswax, books, silver, olives, coal, and fish. Sturdy grain. Is that different to wheat? Food. I'm assuming we make enough food overall, considering we're kind of the bread basket. So if we go back to this, and the RGO, do we have anything that's sturdy grain here? That's rice, that's wheat. There's a sturdy grain. But that's not in my territory, that's next to my gold territory. Speaking of which, do we want to expand the gold mine, maybe? I think that's probably a good investment. How do I do that? Here. Oh, there we go, I just did it. Didn't actually mean to, but we're doing it. So the gold mine's leveling up. How much did that cost me? Left clicking should open the good... Oh. Oh, here it is. Expand RGO, 45.9. Peasants able to promote 14,000. And it's going to cost me some lumber, but we produce lumber in this market, so I think that's going to be okay. What else? Fruit. Cloth we're already upgrading. See, this is the downside to Milan, is they have far fewer overall resources. We could try to upgrade like our iron and then become a weapon producing center. We have a good iron source here. What's that? Lead. Bullets for firearms. So if we were to build a weaponsmith, for example, it will consume stone. Eh? It's lacking coal. It's lacking a lot of coal. So if we could find a better source of coal. Unfortunately, we don't have any here. Stone. That's coal. There is no coal in northern Italy. Awesome. So we can't really deal with that problem. We'll just have to import it. I was trying to see the breakdown. That's what I wanted. The other import thing that they need is tools. What do I need to make tools? Iron. Just straight up iron makes tools. So that we can afford. So yeah, let's upgrade iron mines, then maybe build some tool factories. So let's go ahead and upgrade you. You'll cost 45. And then let's also build a toolsmith. Although they're not going to make nearly as much money as the Spinners Guild. What do you consume? Cotton, wool, fiber crops. We don't produce any of those. Oh, that's a point. Tailor's Guild. What do you consume? Cloth, wool, silk, wool. Eh? One wool makes 0.5 fine cloth. 0.8 wool makes 0.5 cloth. I think I'll use this one. Furniture. We do have lumber, so furniture is another option. Carpenter's Guild, although at the moment they're rated quite poorly. Is that because of a shortage of wood? How do I tell that? Yes, I think there is a shortage of wood. So let's go ahead and upgrade a lumber area, of which we actually have a couple. There is a way of selecting RGOs. Oops. No. Why are you telling me there's only one? There's clearly 4. Oh, right, because that's the good. It's not the RGO. Here's the different RGOs. So at the moment we only have... Why are only you profitable? Controls not having any negative impacts, apparently. Efficiency is the same everywhere else. Well, I'm going to build one in Lecco, seeing as the only place where it's actually being profitable. And we're going to see if that increases the tool output. Let's go back to that screen. How can I see the markets? This is how... There is a very slight negative. So price is currently rising. So I think I want there to be a surplus of lumber in this market. Rivalry declared with Aosta, that's fine. Market map mode. Nuremberg, I think, is going to have coal. They have a negative balance. So I think Praha is probably the best one to buy coal from. You don't seem connected to us, though. No trade capacity in Praha. So I guess that means we can't buy directly. We just have to hope that the market does things automatically. I don't know. Fingers crossed. Growing power in northern Italy. During our century, Milan is experiencing significant growth and development, establishing herself as a thriving city-state. In northern Italy, the city's strategic location along the major trade routes contributes greatly to the prosperity. Milan has become a centre of commerce, attracting merchants and artisans from across Europe. Its population grows with leaps and bounds, where the urban landscape is adorned with the construction of impressive Gothic and Renaissance architecture. including iconic constructs of splendour and magnificence. The ruling Visconti play a crucial role in fostering the cultural and artistic patronage, transforming Milan into a vibrant hub of creativity. Our city's growing wealth and influence also fuels advancements in science, technology and education, making Milan a beacon of progress throughout this dynamic period of history. So prosperity goes up, or the patricians just get happier. I think prosperity is probably a good thing. Political landscape of Italy. The Guelphs and Ghibellines have been fighting for dominance over Italy for centuries, ever since the investiture controversy pitted the Pope and the Holy Roman Empire against each other. The Guelphs support papal authority over the peninsula, while the Ghibellines are considered imperial loyalists, holding their allegiance true to the HRE. But matters have spiralled well beyond their initial positions, and both sides now represent a diversity of interests. The different countries are no strangers to switching sides when doing so may benefit them. Interesting times. And we have a situation. So it is the Pope against the HRE. Upper Bavaria is the HRE versus Naples with the Papal States. We can leave the faction, but I don't think I really want to. I'm quite happy being on the Ghibelline side. Does this show? While it's customary for every important family to be aligned with either Guelphs or the Ghibellines, it's not unheard for a particularly opportunistic individuals to switch side to the other to attempt to convince the other states, either by force or diplomatic cunning, to stand up to the rightful side. Maybe it's just the side with more to gain. So we are going to stick with the HRE. Changing anything right now because we're already on the HRE side. So who's on their side? Is it the dark grey ones? Or is it this colour? The colours are too similar. They need to stand out more. Yeah, I think it's these guys. Makes sense because that's the Papal States. And Naples was their leader. We still have lots of unprofitable buildings. Rebel movements starting to grow, that's fine. Laws not codified. Precious metal distribution. Export ban, ban the export of gold and silver. We produce less, however minting is increased. Regulated export gives us more trade efficiency, or unlimited export gives us output but reduction in income from minting. Either export or regulated. I guess it kind of depends on how much we're earning from minting. Go to the market and take a look at the nobles like having access to it. The value is increasing. I think I'm going to go with the trade efficiency. And I still have reforms, but none of these seem particularly interesting to me, except maybe Trade Office Network. Extra, I mean, it's only 10% extra Burkha power. How are the Burkhas at the moment? They only have 11% power. You know what? For the tax efficiency, that might be worth it. Do it. Also moves us towards plutocracy, which I like. We could do agricultural cultivation. These can be switched in and out, though I think that does come with a cost. Yeah, a little bit of stability, though actually not a huge amount. Stability cost of removing it from these guys is obviously higher, probably related to their power. Yes, it is. More diplomatic strength could also be useful. Because we're in such an agricultural place already, I don't think I particularly care about that. Except for the fact we can sell food. Is that something that's worth doing? Is wheat an actual product? Yes. Value is decreasing at the moment. We are exporting food. This moves us towards serfdom, though, which I don't particularly like. What's the difference between... Right, we haven't actually looked at the values yet. So, E5 has a system like EU3 where everything works on sliders. You either go one way or you go the other. You cannot, in this, be both quantity and quality. Thank goodness. You got to make a decision. So at the moment, we are highly decentralized, but we are actually moving very slowly towards centralization, as can be seen here. We are innovative, but we are actually moving towards traditionalist. We're spiritualist and becoming more spiritualist. We're quite aristocratic and becoming more aristocratic. We are pro-serfdom, but we're moving very heavily towards free subjects. We're belligerent, but we are moving towards conciliatory. We're quality, but we're moving towards quantity. We are defensive and not shifting. We're land-based, not shifting. Capital economy moving towards traditional, and then individualist moving towards communalist. And then depending on where you are, you get different bonuses or penalties. So because we are 50% aristocratic, number of nobles increases, noble power increases, discipline increases. However, the cost of the court also increases. And because we are high serfdom, tax from the peasants goes up, peasant food consumption goes up, raw material output goes up, supply limit goes up. And you can see the maximums here. Whereas if we were free subjects, we would lose money from the peasant estate. Peasants would use less food. However, peasants would promote more quickly to other jobs. And prosperity would also rise. So part of the question here is, do we want some serfdom? I mean, this will actually only slightly counteract some of the free subjects push, so it's not necessarily a bad thing, though it'll halve it. And at the moment, serfdom is actually kind of good for us because... Well, are we that reliant on RGOs? No, we're not going to be. We're going to be reliant on production. So that is bad. Conciliatory. What does that do again? Belligerent. Increases CB creation speed. Decreases antagonism from taking stuff. That's good. Reduces war score cost. Decreases diplomatic reputation. Increases supply network construction. Conciliatory increases the efficiency of the cabinet. So this is more building tool. Loyalty of subjects goes up. CB creation speed goes down. Antagonism for taking stuff goes up. But we also gain diplomatic reputation. I think I would like to be more conciliatory. So I think that has basically just made my decision for me that we're going to go diplomatic traditions. We're going to be a diplomatic Milan. Speaking of which, we almost certainly... Yeah, we can maintain a bunch of extra alliances. So is there anyone else that is particularly positive towards us? Getting someone like Ferrara or Aquilia would be good. If Verona is supposed to be the other big dog, having an alliance with Aquilia so they'd be stuck between the two of us might be a really good move. So I will offer them an alliance. Now, does this say anywhere? Yes. Diplomatic capacity, diplomatic capacity. I have lots of capacity, so that's totally fine. And now I have less than one diplomat, so I need to wait until another diplomat is generated. I'm pretty happy with our situation right now. We're still making a profit. Ah, there was one other building I need to build. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Manpower of Milan. And we're going to build a city guard. Oh, this is different. Still produces 2 manpower, so that's fine. Requires... leather? Cloth. Paper and weapons. So it should cost 50, but because Milan has decent access to all the resources with the exception of masonry, it will actually come in cheaper. So yeah, let's go ahead and build one in Milano. Let's go. Hundred Years' War. In the year of 1337, tensions between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France have reached a breaking point. The long-standing disputes over territory and claims to the French throne have erupted into open hostilities, marking the beginning of the 100 Years' War. Both nations are now preparing for a protracted conflict that will shape the destiny of Western Europe. The world watches as these two great powers prepare for the inevitable clash on the battlefield. It'll all be over by winter. During the reign of Signora Azor Visconti as the head of the Signora of Milan, the political situation is in the process of undergoing a significant transformation. Azor Visconti, known for his ambition and political acumen, has dreams of attempting to the true unification of our splintered cities, many of which are spearheaded by disloyal families. In a masterful diplomatic move to seize power, advisors recommend we bide our time and use it to make plans to involve the expansion of the territories of Milan through military conquest and strategic alliance, as a way to consolidate control over the region and unite the fractured city-states of the Signoria. This would clear a path to implement effective administration reforms and foster a flourishing cultural and artistic environment, eventually making Milan a prominent centre of the Renaissance, but not before those among our family with royal ambitions are forced back into line. So patience. Patricians become more satisfied. We gain stability, which is currently 30, so we'd hit 50 with that. And 10 Republican tradition. Or we lose everything like that, but we move pretty stringently towards centralization. No, we will be patient. The commoners are unhappy, but that's going to last for like a month, and then it will go up again. Children can have a better education, so currently Barnaba Visconti is getting a balanced education, which increases abilities by 0.5, but you can focus them, and if you have enough money, then you can do an expensive education, but those are really expensive. What are you naturally good at? Oh, you're already 15. You're not going to be educated for much longer. Military. But I think you being balanced is fine. Although you are rowdy, so you're going to be better with the military stuff. So let's give you a military education for those last little bit. Now, prestige. Why is my prestige falling? I don't like that. It's probably because the cost of the court does not increase prestige. It increases Republican tradition. See, for a monarchy, having a impressive court increases your prestige. Oh, we have works of art. How do I see those again? That's in society? Works of art. We do! Tower of the Church of San Gottardo in Corte. Quality of 40%, whatever that means. Ah, and this is what it does. So, cultural tradition, promotion speed, assimilation speed, institution growth, Then we have the Torazo de Cremona, which does much the same, only better. Silver, bronze. And we could also hire an artist to try and make some more of that stuff, but they are also quite expensive. So this integration is progressing quite nicely. So we should integrate Monza relatively soon, which should increase our power base. Although it's already 3/4 integrated, so I don't know how much exactly that's going to give us. Giovanni Baldalicio's Arca di San Pietro Mai Martira. Wow, my Italian pronunciation, as you can tell, is on point. At an age when our people are conquering new heights in the Renaissance arts, the talented sculptor Giovanni Balduccio approaches Azo Visconti with a humble request. He seeks funding to bring his visionary creation, the Ark of St. Peter the Martyr, to life. With unwavering passion and conviction, he passionately describes the masterpiece, envisioning it as a symbol of religious devotion, testament to Milan's great cultural greatness. Our advisors, captivated by Giovanni's passion and talent, have recognized the potential significance of the project and urge us to approve. Now, this is a lot cheaper than the other thing, so this one I will approve. Aquilia broke their alliance with me. Damn it, Aquilia. How far off getting the alliance of Florence? Luigi just died. No! He was my good combat guy. Alright, so instead we will bring in Giovanni della Torre, who's only 26, so he should be less likely to die. Oh, this costs money. Ah, so there is a downside. Okay. But hopefully once these constructions have settled down, we should be spending less money. I've noticed that there's like an ongoing cost to construction as well. League against Della Scala. The arrogant moves of Della Scala dynasty in the chessboard of Italy have alienated every other player participating, prompting opponents to start scheming. Their recent actions have made matters worse, leading to the formation of a coalition against them, involving many prominent dynasties and states in the north. The Signora of Milan is but one of the states aiming to defeat this rising hegemon. Alongside several other major players, we've been trying to contain the expansion of the dynasty, but to little result so far. Though hostilities have ceased for the time being, we cannot threat from continuing the fight. Is this Verona? This is Verona. And we get a cut down to size against them. So if Florence, Venice, Ferrara, or Mantua join the front against them, a war will break out within a year. And I am working on Florence. Still minus 11, despite the fact that I'm trying to influence them. I might stop improving. No, I'm going to continue improving relations with them. I was wondering if I wanted to free up some more diplomats, but 0.1's fine. 5 months we'll have one again. The burghers are not the sole authority within the cities, as the clergy also have a strong presence in most big cities that date back to the town's initial founding. Conflicts sometimes arise when the councils of the burghers implement rules the clergy disapprove of. So we can side with either the burghers or the clergy. Those are some big changes. So the clergy currently is more powerful. They're also a lot more happy. And I generally don't like the clergy because they ain't paying taxes to me. So, birth as it is. How am I finding the game? Only getting it next month. I haven't played enough yet to really say it's good or not good. I like it so far, but we're still in 1337 and the game starts in 1337. The end of Della Scala. The pieces are in place, and our brothers in arms from Venice to the Republic of Florence are ready to strike immediately. Verona will run red with the blood. How do I know who joined our size? I have no idea. But we're apparently at war. I can call in Upper Bavaria, but I'm hoping I don't need to. Oh man, we outnumber them massively. Milan, Florence, Venice, Ragusa, Candia, Trieste, Ferrara, and Mantua against Verona, Lucca, Padua, and Parma. You're not paused. I would like to raise my levies then. Can you see numbers? Not yet raised any troops, so they're doing it rather slower than we are. One important note on the clergy, their happiness has a direct impact on research. Ah, interesting. Oh, and I just lost my best commander, didn't I? Actually marching on me. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Well, we're merging all of our forces together. And they have now done so. Are you not actually merging? Pressing group. Okay, so here is our army. One thing which I did notice last time is it's kind of bad at balancing the forces out. Like I have 5,000 men on the right flank at the moment. So I probably want to move those around a bit. Do I have any which are cavalry? Yes. You're cavalry, so you should be on the flank. You're also cavalry, so you should be on the flank. So are you. Put you in the center. Put you on that flank. And let's put you in the center. Okay, so that has rebalanced my army a little bit. We also need to assign a general. And at the moment, our top commander... Is this not sorted by military? Galazzo. Although, I'm pretty good at fighting, so you know what? We're going to take the field ourselves. And we shall see glory! Because we're a glory... No, the other guy was a glory hunter. We're the bold fighter. What does bold fighter do again? More initiative. Cool. Having a large number on one flank can be good to overwhelm opponent's opposing flank, so you can get the flanking bonuses. Yeah, that's true. So, if we have an enemy army moving down this way into mountains, which I don't particularly want to fight them in. Hopefully they move somewhere that's not mountainous. Yeah, they are. Let's go and just smack them. Are we going to fight them? That seems silly. Yes, they are. I could go and start besieging, with a portion of my forces. Can we see the numbers now? 30,000 against 8. Let's go and siege Brescia. And we currently have a food supply, so we're not actually going to suffer attrition while we're sieging. So I'm perfectly happy sitting here with a full force, although I'd also like to go and kill that force. Let's... How do you do that? I know there's a way. That's for automation. That's to replace the general. I know there's a way of detaching siege. I was expecting it to be here, but it's not. Oh, I'm in the... Thank you. Yep, that's it. So, detach siege. Boom. And then the main army should be able to go marching after them, and I am going to assign another general to you. Assault ability and reinforcement speed. I think I'm just going to go for someone who's just got the raw military talent. So, Galazzo. 17-year-old only. He's got potential. Don't worry, guys. Reinforcements are on the way. But they're just too late. No, we didn't. Okay, battle is joined. So we can see our forces here in the top. We are the attacker, they are the defender, they're in the bottom. And they only have one unit on the flank at the moment. Reinforcements are moving in, so now they have a bit of a centre as well. I do really like the graphics. You can see the different unit types. So like we have cavalry, because these are the knights basically from the feudal levy system. And then a bunch of peasants. But as you start recruiting new different units, or if you have archers or whatever, the unit models change in the army. So at the moment we're kicking their ass, which is great. These reinforcements are trying to move in, but I think there's going to be too little too late. Yeah, we're absolutely mauling them here. And there we are. The Battle of Vicenza, the first victory, has been declared. We did lose a lot of our cavalry. They didn't lose any, but overall they lost more. And we are now ruthless! Extra assault ability. Okay. I'm not going to stay here. I'm going to back off to make sure that we can remain in support of those guys. Especially as they seem to be withdrawing in this direction. So we're going to hunt them down. Their retreating units retreated into my sieging army. And as a result, Galeazzo has become an inspirational leader. You also retreated, so hopefully you just need to... You held. Excellent. So they retreated into that army, which was not good for them. Because they had no morale, they basically immediately retreated. And now I need to work out where they're going to retreat to. Oh, no, they're still there. Reinforcements have arrived. And there we are. We got there in time. We did lose a bunch of men. And this is the downside of detaching armies. But for now, I think I'm just going to stay here. My work here is done. Coming of age. Barnaba Visconti has reached the age of 16. We're throwing him a party and then he can get to work. Construction of a cathedral has reached its completion. Skilled craftsmen and architects work diligently to create the magnificent cathedral. The iconic structure with the intricate Gothic design dominates the skyline of Milano. The final touches, including spires and decorative elements, are added to the cathedral, showcasing the pinnacle of architectural achievements. This marvel of human ingenuity and architecture stands as a testament to the city's cultural and religious significance, increasing the glory of God and of the nation. Masterpiece Cathedral. This is going to cost me 42 ducats, however. So, loans. We'll need to take 2 loans out to pay for that, basically. So we are now paying a little bit of interest. And that will also have, I assume, no, did not raise inflation. Huh. Well, we can pay off the interest this one. Except sending you food, Florence. Admin gives siege, mill gives discipline. Let's see. Administrative ability minus 6%. You're right. Interesting. Well, we have an admin of 60, so we're actually freaking amazing at this. We're fine. The only thing this guy lacks is diplomatic. The music of this game is really good. I have enjoyed that immensely. And how's the participation looking right now? Because that was the main thing that I was trying to generate. There, 41% from me. Opposing military schools. The occasional hostilities that erupt between our opposing military schools have become more frequent of late. If we do not intervene soon, we risk further disunity within the armed forces. So we can be offensive and defensive, or we can have a bit of both and just get tradition instead. What does army tradition do? Doesn't say. Here it is. 19% gives morale, gives siege ability, gives great power score, moves towards land, and it decays. In terms of values, we are currently very defensive, but we are moving towards offensive. Defensive reduces speed, increases fort defense, increases combat speed, increases fort limit, and decreases fortification maintenance. Oh shit! You know what I haven't done? Fort maintenance. Oh, it leveled up automatically. That's good. I didn't actually realise those were automated, but that's fine. I feel like I should be sending a bit more stability. And then offensive gives movement speed, fort defense reduction, siege ability increased, assault ability increased, antagonism from declaring war without CB. I think I'm in favour of the defensive stuff here. What's combat speed? Impacts of combat speed. Thanks! The ability to move from reserves to the battle. Okay, that's actually really important. So we're going to defend. We're going to continue being defensive. Slider in the settings to increase music frequency. Because yes, I had noticed these gaps in audio. Interesting. Not come across that before. Yes, you can absolutely have food access, no problem. Oh, these are organizations taking over the loans. Can you play as a bank? Yes, you can. Interesting. So you could play as buggers or... I know Genoa had a banking house, but I don't remember what the name was. Were the Medici bankers? I feel like they were. Rivals with Peruzzi, which is the other bank. These two are rivals. Interesting. Proving Hamburg, Lübeck, Augsburg, Namur. You can ask them for money if you have enough trust. So has that increased interest? Yes, I think it did. Because I'm now losing money. Which, considering I have 7 ducats in the bank, is probably not a good thing. Oh, and I'm buying food and then sending it to my allies. So that's the downside to doing that. But hey, the city watch has been built, so we are now actually generating manpower for the first time. And then at that point you can start hiring regular soldiers. So there are different regulars with different stats and abilities, which costs manpower, which is this thing here. So you can get footmen, archers, horsemen, armoured horsemen, and camp followers. For us, footmen and archers are probably what we want most. The main difference between footmen and archers that I've seen so far is initiative. I do kind of wish that they broke stats out a little bit more than just combat power. Like, I actually kind of like the way that CK3 does it, with offense, defense, toughness, and pursuit. I feel like this is a little bit too simplistic. New gameplay idea: start as a banker and become a horde! Hey, Fruit. The true golden horde. I see what you did there. I'm not going to engage in this war, but thank you. So where have their armies slunk off to? Yeah, probably in one of these. Oh, that's their icon. Ha! Okay. Ah, that's an army. Let's split you in half. You need a general, and we want this to be... Oh, hello. Captain Lando. Oh, these are from different people. Why do I suddenly have so many different choices? I think Luca's going to take over. Oh, I'm going to catch him. Gotcha. Battle is joined, and that was an absolute massacre. Is anyone sieging Verona? What's going on here? Still in fog of war, so this might be a very bad idea. Nope, nobody will sieging Verona. Okay, then we will. I still have 7,000 men around somewhere. Although that is split between all of the different groups. Ah, we just built the gold mine. So we need to recruit new employees for the gold, but that's fine. HRA influence grows. We've taken Fernon and Privas. And now we may be a bit closer to taking Russia. Thought about doing a multiplayer with a few friends. Are you asking if I have, or if you have? Because I think that my community was planning to do a multiplayer. I don't know if that was actually going to happen today. Unfortunately, I'm out this evening, so I'm not going to be able to join if they were going to. Let me just double check. Doesn't look like they agreed to do one. Because they were planning to do one for today. But I think everyone got so into just playing the game themselves. But if you head over to my Discord, which you can find there, then multiplayer games are being considered and are run. The community is pretty active about that. There's a group that we call the Modernizers. They are my multiplayer organizers. So Brescia should fall pretty soon now. I'm glad that we have good food sources coming in, so I don't need to worry about attrition. Iron mine just got built, so that needs to be set up as well, and the lumber camp. So a lot of the RGOs just got built and need to start recruiting people. We're still working on the integration, although that's now at 88%. This one is still barely started. Not 100% sure what integration does. Is that here? No, that's proximity. And there's control as well. Current control 82, macro control 82. I kind of wish that was reflected somehow in this. So you don't need to tooltip over to see what if you've actually capped out or not. Is there a quick way of seeing your provinces, their control and integration level? There must be. Society, maybe? Provinces. There it shows control, but it doesn't show the maximum. Map mode for control. Oops. Yeah, so the control over here especially is kind of bad, but it doesn't show you what the maximums are. Like, I might think that I could still increase control of Monza, but I can't. The maximum is 82. I wish that was reflected somehow. Looks like Padova's going to be taken over very soon. And Treviso and Belluno could also be sieged down. What do I want out of this war? I might see if I can just straight up take Brescia. I mean, if I can take Verona as well, even better. Who am I fighting? Fighting Parma, aren't we? Parma would be another good get. Oh, Lucca too. Okay, Brescia's been sieged. So once you've taken the province capital, it will automatically siege down any of the other territories in that state. So we're going to move over to Brescia and we're going to start sieging that. Not Brescia, Vicenza. So there is a chance that there is an army sitting around here. So let's just make sure that the army is well enough set up. I'd say so. 5,000 troops. Nobody in Vicenza. Okay, let the siege commence. Oh, they've jumped in. Reinforce. And Ferrara wants food. I will send you food, Ferrara. Why is that going so fast? Must be 2. So I do outnumber them, but we are losing a lot more troops than they are. But the arrival of my reinforcements, I think, is going to be timely. They have a lot less morale than we do. And we're the top side. We've broken one of their flanks. We're about to break the other one. So even though they do have more troops in the centre, we should be able to overcome that. There we go. Both flanks are now focusing the centre, and now they're losing a lot. That's more like it. Boom. So we both lost some pretty hefty number of troops. Luca has become goal-orientated, increasing his army movement. That's quite nice. Do I want to chase this army down at all? Yes. Let's group you. And then I don't want to halve you. I want to create... Here we go. So you can have these small units. Doesn't it show the number? That's kind of annoying. That's really annoying, actually. I wish it showed the number of soldiers actually in each army. So I've left 3k in that one, which is probably too many. Can I move troops between them? Yes. Doesn't do anything. What I can do is I can create another unit. And then I can untoggle you, group you together. And then we're in the formation... No, we're not. Now we're in the formation thing. So the cavalry is on the flanks. I think what I want to do is I'm going to put the bigger blocks of units, whoops, in the center. Like so. And then you need a commander, which is going to be Luca. Wait. Oh, you're supposed to be Luca. You're supposed to be ba-ba-da-ba-da. How's and then you are going to be Luca. And then you are going to chase. Where are you going? 2 armor? Don't want to cross that river. So you'll outnumber us, but I have a significant amount more morale than you do. In fact, we stack wiped one of their little stacks. The second battle is going to be over very quickly. And then we need to hunt you down. Because this is their entire army, I think, at this point. Yeah, basically. So we've just crushed their military. And my participation has gone up as a result. So my allies are trying to chase them down too. Do I just want to stay here and siege Vicenza? It doesn't have a castle, so yeah, may as well. The Venetian army is quite strong. Oh, they have 100 cavalry in there, that's why. What's the wrong again? We're going for that force, aren't you? Although the entire Venetian force is there, so maybe not. You trying to get Brescia? No, we'll take Treviso. This is fine. With my allies so close by, I'm not too concerned about where they're going. Yeah, you can try and take that back, but it'll take time because that's a castle and this is... That's arriving in. Ferrara. See, now if you threaten these guys, I'd be a bit more concerned. And there's the 100%. I am the war leader here. So let's take a look. Well, I definitely want Brescia. This is going to include some antagonism. So would I be better... vassalizing? Is that something I can do? And clearly I want all of their money. Oh, those are subjects, okay. Liberate does what? Just freeze them? One country will have enough antagonism to join a coalition. So what is the threshold? Is it 50? Because that's another thing I've not found anywhere, is what the actual freaking threshold is. It doesn't say. $50, okay. I do wish they would say that somewhere. So several are close to wanting my head. Wouldn't be able to take Verona. I don't think I want any of the other stuff. And then other treaties. They pay war reps. Which my allies apparently really like. Let's have them spit out Treviso. And maybe Vicentia. That's 87. I'd quite like you to spit out Parma, because then I can go after it, but that's going to be quite expensive. So maybe don't worry about Vicentia. There we go, 99! Yeah, this is really cutting them down to size. So I'm taking Brescia from them. They're cancelling Parma, which means I can go after Parma myself. I'm liberating Treviso from them. And they're also paying war reps. Done. Okay. War's over. Success. Let's go ahead and disband all the levies. They will go home. Verona has 62 antagonism, but as you said, they're not going to be able to do anything with it. And we gained Brescia, so Milan grows bigger. Let's save, because that was a good result. See, like I said, war is one thing in this game I can do. Trade, production, diplomacy, I'm still learning all of that stuff. Yeah, we're going to need to do some integration. I'm kind of thinking that maybe instead of integrating Monza, we should have you working on Brescia now. Because it's freaking huge. And Monza's basically done. Let's do that. Also, is integration more important or is control more important? Also a good opportunity to pay off loans. Thank you. That is a very good point. Cannot get high control in places you do not integrate. Okay. Advanced researched. Army levies raised in peace. Oh, they never disbanded. Oh, maybe they can only do that in friendly territory. Okay, so next up, let's take a look at the tree. We can get classic scholasticism guilds or universal Christianity. Because I am a bit of a more military nation, I think I'm probably going to go universal Christianity in order to get experience from the Baltic Crusades for that army tradition. Although guilds would also be good. Leads to those. Cultural tradition. What's that? Defensive power of the culture in the context of a cultural war, represented by how strongly the culture's traditions resonate with the people.
Huzzah!
Also, I'd love to have more monthly diplomats, so universal Christianity I think is the way to go. RGOs are still missing employees, but now that the armies are returning home, that should recover. Let's try that again. It misses. Okay, good. Verona still has an army sitting in my new province. Get out of here! You're not welcome. People need wheat? Really? In our market specifically, they're missing wheat. How? It's all I produce. This is all wheat. Oh, I bet it's because our armies... because we were feeding everyone. Ah, I bet it is that. Interesting. What's the best way to see? Over. Oh, I'm now in the Venetia market because of that. I bet our food stockpile went down because we were feeding like everyone's armies. Quite a big balance. So why is the demand that high? The peasants and the breweries. Oh, we have trade capacity now. Well, we've got a good amount of army tradition for that. Discipline's looking solid. Nice. Good result. Good result. Now we just need the RGOs to fill up. You have no control over a lot of the wheat fields. You have 50% control in the province. You get 50% of the wheat produced. Ah, okay. Yeah, it did say that a lot of the early game for Milan would be basically consolidating your territories. Because just before the game starts, Milan went on a bit of an expansion spree. And now that we've just taken Brescia, we've just expanded even more, so... See you, Intronite. Something war is expensive, but not only do you need to feed the army, but also the army are the ones producing the food. Yeah, that's true. Do mercs dying impact population on land at all? I think so, because I think mercenaries are troops that you've or that you, they, everyone, has said is a mercenary. Like, you can make units available for hire, and I'm assuming that's how mercenaries happen. Can you play as a mercenary company, I wonder? So these are very nearly implemented. We are losing money again. Why are we losing money? We're not losing money. Can we not? Fort maintenance. I'm going to turn these off. I'm going to stop maintaining the forts. Patricians demand increased pensions. Visconti has to employ many methods to keep unruly patricians in line. One of the most common is cold, hard cash. We already grant them a pension in exchange for relinquishing certain rights. However, the leaders now claim we're not paying them enough and are demanding their pensions rise if we are to continue to support them. It's going to make me take a loan. I don't want to take a loan. I think I'm going to make them unhappy. Satisfaction goes below 25%. It would not be possible to raise levies. And how much of the levy do you control? Quite a lot of it, I suspect. But no, I'm not going to spend my money on you. Your satisfaction will rise again. It's a zero-sum game. Truce is expiring in 4 or 5 years. That's fine. Coal and books. Yeah, that coal shortage is going to be a problem. Unprofitable buildings has gone way down. The demand for sturdy grain. Oh, that's sturdy grain, not wheat. Yeah. So are we generally having problems with food? No, that is almost maxed out. Food price is negligible. Most sovereign master of painting. In 1339, the recent passing of the renowned artist Giotto reverberates through the art world. His legacy as a master painter and architect lives on, inspiring future generations through many of his works, such as the Scrovegni Chapel and the Lives of Christ and the Virgin. Question arises between our advisory councils regarding what to do with his prized artworks, whether to sell them or preserve them for posterity. Collectors and patrons appreciate the immense value of Giotto's art, making it a coveted asset. Ultimately, the decision lies within Azo's hands. We could do well to consider carefully the preservation of the artistic legacy so we can preserve them, which gains us cultural influence and tradition, but will cost me 30 ducats. But we get a free art school, or we get 60 ducats. How much is an art school usually? Ooh, that counts as a masterpiece. Nice. Art School is a Renaissance building, so you might not have it yet. Oh, I wonder if that's going to help us get Renaissance institutions if we already have an art school. Let's do it. How much is a single loan? Don't on the balls. 26. I have spare diplomats. Do I want to try to make any other alliances? The answer is yes. Yes, I do. Croatia would have... Ah, Florence would agree at last. Definitely allying with Florence. Treviso are the ones that I released. They're going to particularly like us. The High Judicate of Arborea. What on earth is a judicate? I mean, obviously it's someone led by a judge, but a country led by a judge? Interesting. What does that mean? Judicate. Efficiency of the cabinet +5. Progress towards centralization and traditionalism. Judicate's a unique type of government which is defined by its republic-like institutions and electing the ruler from within the Supreme Court. I am the law. Speaking as an attorney, I suspect that this is a terrible idea. I wonder if there's any others in the game. There we go. Unique government type discovered. Alliance with Croatia would be interesting, but that could potentially draw me into conflicts in other areas, which I don't particularly want to do. Arborea, do you have a navy? Well, there's no land connection between us, so I don't think it's really particularly worthwhile. And what is my... I have so much diplomatic capacity. I'm thinking maybe Treviso. Although Treviso is almost certainly going to get targeted by Venice, which I don't want to deal with. Modena or Pisa could be good moves. Pisa might be a bit too close to Florence, but Modena seems to be relatively neutral. I wish there was a way of filtering out the people that are not interested from this list. Well, I can search, can't I? Where's Modena? So Modena, you are currently rivals with Bologna. You're allied to Mantua. Which is not one of the ones that would want to ally with me, and in fact they really don't like us. Because they want my stuff. Yeah, Modena's dangerous then, if they're allied to Mantua. Because that will force people to choose. So I'm going to choose the safe option and pick neither. Finally their armies are going home. Surprised that they're leaving their levies up for so long. Are you actually fighting someone? No. So you have a CB against Verona, so maybe you will. I'm losing money again. My stability ability's gone down. Maybe I should do a tiny bit of inflation, just to keep the books balanced. Treviso joined our side. Good choice. And Peruzzi's taken the loan, that's fine. The patricians are back over 50% happiness. Oh, and the war reps from Verona are the only thing actually keeping me solvent right now. I had this in the Brandenburg game as well. I'm not really understanding where all of my money's gone. Is stability more expensive the higher it is? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I know I'm running inflation, but it's still 0. And it's very interesting that bank loans don't increase inflation. Back in the negative again. Minting efficiency is only 50% due to the lack of access to needed goods. Which is what, gold and silver? Oh, I may not have access to silver. Yeah, okay, that's part of the problem. Gold, though we have... Oh no, we have a shortage of gold too. Control 0. It's proximetry. Where's integration? There. So the control maximum right now is still 0. So yeah, I don't actually have any gold. We're still integrating this territory. It's just going to take a while, I assume. So we're going to be quite poor because we have such a disunited state. Losses are just ramping up. I probably don't need to spend as much as I am on diplomacy. My diplomatic capacity is really high. And I have no subjects. There's only one building that's lacking resources. There's only one building which is not making a profit, which is the weaponsmith. And that's because of the coal shortages, I assume. Having loans reduces crown power and then reduces tax income. Ah. By 2%. Tax efficiency minus 10. Well, let's save up money so that I can pay off these loans. Sooner rather than later. Am I spending all the income importing goods I need for the industries? Probably. No, we're even more positive. Trade. Making money on all of the trades. So no, not spending. What's that? Senato possible can now call in the estates to the Senate to resolve any Parliament issue that may have. Also giving the opportunity to create CBs, raise taxes, or gain larger armies. I'm assuming, though, that that's going to cost money. In this session, estates gain more satisfaction. Cost of the court goes up. Which, even when I had +2, I'm still losing money. The hell? not reducing that. Wrong way. It's gone down again! Come on! It's positive! Set these two to do this. So my overall income's gone down. %15 minting efficiency right now. Someone else is getting all the gold in this area. Really don't want to take another loan, which is why I'm just putting in a save there. I don't want to lose Republican tradition because it's really high at the moment. The AI is selling stuff. I don't think it's doing things wrong. Undoing and resetting it just reset all of the trades. For some reason. Yeah, silver I'm not sure where we're getting it from. Gold I'm working on. That's part of the integrations going on. Navarra is where that gold comes from. Making money! And now we're buying in gold and silver, which is helping out with the minting. I think something had porked up with the trade. Yeah, minting's gone up. Income's gone up. So the problem wasn't expenses, it was income. So I guess every now and then you just need to unautomate and then re-automate again, just to make it go. Change the thing. Yeah, there we go. Now we're making money hand over fist. Change Praha to the preferred market access. Why? Not trading with Praha at the moment. Or was that where the gold and silver was coming from? Because it seems to be shifting around at the moment. Relations improved with Malaspinese. Also, we just hit 50 manpower, so if we wanted to recruit some armoured horsemen, we could, you know, if we had money. Buy from Praha and Sevilla. Yes, I think we found what the problem was. Trade, for some reason, just wasn't updating. What's the law centered around the precious minerals? Balanced. I didn't block their export. But also I don't produce any at the moment. That was one thing I hadn't quite realized, is the fact that my control was so bad that I wasn't producing any. Now that I've got a little bit of integration, can I increase control here? Still not. So it's not spreading to the north, it's mostly around the province capital. Oh, this is what the availability means. So peasants fill RGOs, and then you can need these people to fill buildings. 1,400 workers live here, but only 200 are actually employed. No, sorry, available. Outbreak. Measles. That's something we have to look forward to as well, isn't it? Diseases. There we go. Universal Christianity is done. So my initial plan was to go for experience of the Baltic Crusades to get that army tradition, but I'm kind of wondering if we want to try to get some of these. No, let's still focus on the army. I like having my high army tradition. That's going to reduce the decay by a third. So what's needed to go to the age of the Renaissance? So it adds government reforms, adds a bunch of new tech, ends on 1437. Oh, Age of Renaissance ends 1342. So in 2 years' time we should go to Age of Renaissance. Is there anything about where the different things can appear? No change. Okay. Well, what was the cultural one? Because that's the one that we are probably most likely to get. Renaissance. No difference. Because I'm assuming their institutions work much the same way as they do in EU4. What is the upkeep in these? Oh, building troops increases inflation? Huh. Our lenders in crisis. The recent banking crisis in Tuscany has led to a collapse of one of the banks that lent us their gold. In this chaos, we believe that we can get away with not repaying the loans to what remains of the bank. Such an action, however, would negatively impact our reputation. So the loan would just straight up be cancelled. And we would lose 0.1 diplomatic reputation. I have really good Diplo rep, I think. Where's that shown? Yeah, I have an incredible diplomatic reputation. So I'm okay with that. Exploit it! And never pay that loan back. Not pay the banks. It's never gone poorly before. Oh, Commander Faceless. I'm so sorry I missed the resub. 82-month resub coming in. Thank you very much for that, Commander Faceless. What can I say, but I've enjoyed every minute on this channel. Started with a multiplayer and Brunei. Remember those days. Was that the one where I was playing as... Oh, what's Tirhut? It became basically the Bank of India, talking of banks. Well, my finances seem to be a little bit more stable now. Oh! Oh no, this is a different Azo. Died from measles. I was scared there because our ruler is Azo. Alright, let's try speed 4. Oysters no longer Ghibellines. These RGOs getting filled? Yes, they are. Slowly. And I don't think it's because of a lack of people. Where's Lacko? There. Available labourers. Available for employment minus 370. Yes, it is. So peasants basically need to be promoted into labourer. And there are plenty of them possible. 13 get promoted. So 13 every month. So upgrading those RGOs in places that I don't have enough control to actually extract anything from them probably wasn't a great idea. But hey, things you learn. These games are long enough that such mistakes are temporary. A daughter is born, Elizabetha. Cool. Welcome to the team. Do I want to try to get any more alliances? Are there any interesting nations that may offer them? Ferrara, Bologna. Bologna was rivals with Modena, so I think that's a bad idea. Ferrara, though, could be an interesting choice. Oh, you're rivals with Venice? Never mind. Metallurgical Centre of Noza. In 1341, the metallurgical industry in Milan has experienced significant development. Skilled artisans and craftsmen employ advanced techniques to extract and refine metals, resulting in a flourishing production of quality iron. The city has become an unforeseen hub of metallurgical innovation, attracting workers and entrepreneurs who seek growth opportunities. As demand for metal products increases, we must decide whether to establish Noza as a prominent centre for metalworking by shifting our major centres of production from grain to iron. According to prominent merchants who reside in the city, the industry's expansion in Noza during the period will foster economic prosperity and contribute to the city's reputation. I lose 12 ducats, I can afford that. Yeah, do it. Where's Noza? So it currently produces where does it show what it produces? Iron, there it is. So it does already do iron. It just means that the iron production here will be bigger. %20 prosperity too. Migration, attraction, pop growth, monthly development. Where's development? Is that development? Yes, it is. You have to buy in food. That's kind of expected. Carry on. Wave of obscurantism. Recently, researchers in the Signora have published several works with radical theses that could prove destabilizing if widely disseminated. We could opt for the easy path of obscurantism and suppress the knowledge, but is peace of mind really worth standing in the way of progress? My stability is really good, so I'm actually kind of okay trading in stability for research progress. Where is that shown? It's up there. Knowledge is power. Study hard. Be evil. Meanwhile, my income has just shot up to 4 ducats. Because we're back in business with the minting. Public water statutes of 1341. Milano is a city built on marvels of water. For centuries, the crucial good has been acting as the primary force behind not only the citizens' primary needs and their sanitation, but also a key factor behind the growth of the industry, from paper mills to cloth shops and lumber mills. Thus, it'd be wise for us to appropriately ensure the continued health of the water supply, the maintenance of our canals, and the continued flow of the liquid gold. Ah, stop costing me money! How long can I keep this? I can't. Prosperity, pop growth, dev growth. Yeah, we definitely want those things. Moves us towards centralization. Is centralization purely good in this? So remember in EU3 it was. Crown power, maximum war exhaustion, proximity cost, counter-espionage, state satisfaction, war exhaustion, loyalty of subjects, counter-espionage. So generally yes, because it massively increases crown power. This means I have to take 2 loans again. Don't really want you lot to gain 30% negative. I'm like 0.1 ducat short. See if it takes automatically 1 or 2. One. Okay. That actually kind of worked out. But wait. $40 ducats after we pay 9% interest. Ouch! Now I'm making money. Trade income went high for a bit there. Selling cloth. Inflation is rising. I would prefer it didn't. Oh, and those are also counted as expanded mine. Okay, so I basically got a free RGO there. Spy network. What's needed? What's this again? Palmer. Oh, it's down here. I don't want to force them into the faction. It's just straight up declaring war. What are my covert actions? Corrupt officials. Reduces the efficiency of the cabinet. Sabotage, reputation. Loses opinion. This is not how you actually make CBs. So this hostile actions card. Ah, there it is. Create CB. Cost stability. Not exactly the most interesting CVs. Let's just go and cancel you. No, not going to raise. Increase relations with anyone. I'm just going to sit on my diplomats because I produce so few of them at the moment. All of my estates are losing happiness, apparently. Baltic Crusades has been researched. Sending our finest knights and nobles to the heathen areas of the Baltic and the Mediterranean has long been a tradition for our country. We will both fulfill the good work of Christ in bringing faith to the unenlightened, and additionally will gain experienced commanders for the armies. Okay, so now I think we need to start looking more seriously at some of the money-making possibilities. Stability would be quite good though. Diplomatic capacity I don't need. RGO size would be good, construction speed would be good, cost would be good. Let's do institutional growth though, in case we do get Renaissance. How goes the sailing? A bit difficult in landlocked Milan. This is us. So I think I want to build up a kitty of maybe 50 ducats or so, and then leave that as like the baseline, so I don't need to keep on taking loans, because that gets kind of expensive, especially with how much the income is fluctuating. Maybe I should be looking at trade a bit more myself. It just seems to be changing absolutely every week. Guess it also somewhat depends on pop needs. Progress. Progress towards what? Base taxable members. Currently we're losing. That's not good. Alright, what if I undo you? Stop doing these. Alright, let's take a look. So we want to buy... Oh, that's how much you get. And that's how much it costs. So why are you suggesting me things that I can't actually do? We definitely want to be exporting cloth, because that's a huge amount of money. Okay, there's the current trade. So this is how much trade capacity you're willing to spend. This is how many goods you'll be getting in exchange for that, or selling. And I'm already selling all of the goods that I can, so there is no more fine cloth available. In terms of import... Ah, so I can spend 0.01 in order to get +5? Really? No. Central profit's 0.5, it's not 5.3. Well, it's such a tiny portion of my trade capability that it's fine. Population, no. Building the needs. cannot expand that one. So what I would really like to do is buy coal from someone. Now, what we need is grain, which he will provide the most money. So we'll go and do that. I also want to buy in gold, for sure. I can basically buy in all the gold I need doing this one. And then what else do we need? Grains, wheat, fruit, fur. Got a lot more fur from that one, so let's go with this. And then fruit, wheat, and grain. Imports for profit. Gems. It's cheap. Oh, silver. Yeah, we want that. So we still have a little bit of market capacity. I'm going to let a month or so pass so I can see how things rejig based on those changes. And immediately we lose a bunch of cash on a whole bunch of these things. Oh, because we're not getting any goods from them. So is this something I'm going to need to fiddle with every month? Yeah, this is literally just costing me because of the trade route. Maintenance. Stop this. I'm automating it. This is ridiculous. Too finicky. Some of those may be locked though. Might be nice to be able to like prioritize different goods rather than lock or unlock. There we go, Renaissance. This is the dawning of the Age of Renaissance. A new era of knowledge, arts, and progress is emerging due to the growing interactions and institutions in medieval societies affected by Pax Mongolica, the Islamic Golden Age, and the European Renaissance. Okay, so we can focus on military, diplomatic, or administrative. So, thirst for knowledge, empiricism, court accounting, debts and loans, mercenaries, mercenary recruitment, infrastructure, church attendance, Deus Vault, anti-piracy, integrated elites, martial lords, claim fabrication, shrewd commerce, merchant traditions, privateers, experienced diplomats, benign diplomats, tribute system, pressuring diplomacy, or tolerance, glorious arms, battlefield commission, finest of forces, designated instruction, open levy standards, enforced service, naval glory, boarding parties, and marine regiments. Probably this one? Although max literacy would be good. Bank interest reduction would be amazing. Free stability would be good. Religious war CBs. You know what, let's go for the administrative. And now I am still researching that one thing from here. But I now have access to these. More patricians in the army. With the increased privileges of the patricians come additional duties. They're expected to serve in the army as officers and true gentlemen. So we move towards aristocracy. We move towards quantity. Or plutocracy and quality. I prefer that one. What's the difference between autocracy and plutocracy? So aristocracy gives discipline, which is the really big one. Noble power goes up, possible nobles in towns and cities, and expected cost. Plutocracy is Burgher power, trade efficiency, expected court of cost, and Burghers in towns and cities. You know what? Maybe we actually want aristocracy. For that extra discipline. We're a military state. Institution appeared in Milan. Renaissance. Starting now in the 14th century, the wealthy and powerful in the Italian city-states has been patronizing artists and scholars willing to explore the old Roman and Greek societies of the forefathers. As a cultural movement, the Renaissance already encompasses most of the region, had its profound impact on literature, art, philosophy, and music. Humanist scholars are also analysing the society in which they live, comparing it to the ideals of the classical philosophers. Renaissance humanism has grown into a more mature movement, ready to permeate all aspects of society. A new ideal for rulers as well as those who ruled is spreading as quickly as the early printers can distribute the copies of these new ideas. A true Renaissance humanist is an expert on everything from politics and philosophy to art, textual analysis, music and architecture. The Renaissance is now ready to reshape the world to better fit the classical ideals. And yeah, it appeared in Milan. So my focus on getting those works of art, even if it would put me into debt, was good. Okay, so cultural influence is how good we are at influencing other people. Tradition is how good we are at resisting it. Yeah, Lombard is doing quite well. Okay. What was I going to look at? I don't remember. Oh, science. Because I wanted to see if that has now unlocked another branch, like, I don't know, Renaissance. Requirements not met. Embraced Renaissance. Oh, I see. So the institution is still going to be growing. Oh, see, now it says where it can spawn. I kind of wish you could see that earlier. And try to finagle that. That was one of the things I did like about the institution system in E4. You could try to get them to spawn in your own territory. So you go. You also need aristocracy if you want to swap to a monarchy, and plutocracy if you want to swap to a republic. Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly happy with the republican system at the moment, but I do kind of think that for us, aristocracy and probably monarchy would just work better. Especially as I'm not really focusing on trade. I'd much rather have production. Although I guess you need to do trade as well if you're doing production, in order to get the best possible price for your goods. Inflation's almost disappeared. So how long does it take to spread? Need at least 20% to be exposed to Renaissance before we can embrace it. Currently only 14. Embracing it will cost money and stability, which I'm assuming will go down. More of it has spread. We just got the institution growth, so, you know, planned that quite well. But we are now able to get the far right one, which is scholarly treatises, which reduces the cost of embracing an institution. That's good. Improve relations, loyalty of subjects. This is all diplomatic. That's military. Unlocks the peasant levy. Loads of naval upgrades. Cultural ownership, literacy, annexation costs. So this is diplomacy. And then intensive agriculture is food production. Oh, this is just general production in general. Army morale, we want that. Maximum RGO. Food production. More size, literacy. Nobody expects the the Milanese Inquisition. Yeah, we definitely want to get down this line. So let's start working on scholarly traditions then. The era of thought, arts and science will bring forth new waves of discoveries and inventions, allowing us to improve our adoption of foreign institutions. Have I started to exert control over any of these places? Current control 10. Yes, I have. Good. Not there yet, though. Has it started to spread up to the gold mine? No. Well, our manpower pool is almost maxed. So we should probably think more seriously about actually recruiting a unit of soldiers. Get some footmen. Because we have bonuses to infantry. I really wish there was a bit more information about this. Like, how much is this expected to cost me? Monthly maintenance -2 manpower. -1. The fact that archers have so many penalties, and their only advantage seeming to be initiative as opposed to combat power or anything. Don't understand how fighting works yet. Because damage taken just seems significantly better than getting a first shot. Need to save up the money for it though. Weapons, leather and tools are all very cheap in our territory. Lumber isn't. Institution appeared in Venetia. Banking. Money lending has existed since metal-based coins appeared in antiquity. However, it depended on some individuals and their family groupings on the ancient states. A shift occurred in the Middle Ages, encouraged by the renewed growth of long-range commercial activities on the Eurasian continent and its peripheries. Specialized moneylenders began to organize when Jewish communities started operating between the Christian and Islamic world. However, the boom of credit demand that followed the Crusades in the 12th century encouraged merchants in the Italian city-states to create larger structures for money lending, effectively founding the first banking institutions such as the Peruzzi and Bardi houses, which we have been dealing with. More instruments were developed, the bills of exchange and debt bonds, and banking dynasties such as Medici, Fugger, and Welser soon became as powerful as states. Okay, so that's now the growth of the banking institution. Which right now has no chance of spreading to us. So the RGOs are nearly full. And then after that we just need to start building stuff in places we actually have control. But lesson learned. We could probably do with building another tailor's guild. They do tend to be a very, very stable source of money. How much do they cost? 28. That's not terrible. Store up to 151 manpower. So we're very, very nearly maxed out, which is why I do want to recruit a unit of regulars. Weapons and leather we produce, so that's fine. Comet sighted! Lose 7 stability. No! The people of Signoria have always been superstitious, and the appearance of a comet in the sky has caused panic amongst them. They are convinced that this is a sign that the end times are near or something terrible is about to happen in the near future. Alright, I will increase my stability spending. Tutorial was explaining that initiative and combat speed units are way better in reserve than in the front line. Yeah, but do they contribute anything while they're in the reserve? The institution appeared in Geneva. Professional armies. Armies have existed since war was invented many thousands of years ago. However, the form has changed over the centuries, and different types of recruitment and organisation have developed in different cultures and periods. In the late Middle Ages, armies in a wide range of societies relied on levies based on structures of feudal society, with knights and footmen forming a corps that was levied seasonally. In some regions, however, states were powerful enough to finance standing armies with professional soldiers who would be available for duty throughout the year. This system was also developed in Europe after the outbreak of the Hundred Years' War, being one of the main changes that promoted a military revolution in the early modern era. Increasing the size and quality of professional armies while finding new sources of revenue to finance them soon became the main challenge for rulers around the world. Okay.
Huzzah!
So that's all three of the institutions. They're all in Italy. Maastricht, Brussels, Den Haag, Luxembourg, Namur, Zerbst, Wittenberg. Milano. So the institution is apparently spreading in our territory. I really wish there was a bit more information about how they are spreading. That was one thing that EU4 was very good at explaining, and this isn't. Okay, so professional armies is actually growing here. Oh, that's changing map mode. It's like, what's happening? So you can see on a... Ah! Is it worth looking at? Oh, left clicking will embrace. I'm going to lock that. Institutions. This is all institutions. Is showing their growth. So Pavia is actually gaining Renaissance and professional armies. Could have spawned institution, so you get a bonus for that. Nearby locations where owner has positive opinion. Nearby location, average satisfaction, roads, development, location size, movement costs, scholasticism. Where's the Renaissance? Oh, it's already here. So professional armies are growing because we could have spawned professional armies here as well. It's already present in the market center because Genoa spawned it. So it's growing very quickly here. Okay, I get it. Banking, we don't have adjacency yet, but once it's moved out basically of Venice, we will have adjacency through the market. And I'm guessing that trade between markets helps that. But I'm a little bit surprised I'm not seeing... Oh, it is spreading. Slowly to adjacent. To Milan. And you're getting it very quickly because you could have spawned it and you're adjacent to Milan. So Pavia is going to get it really soon. Okay, I kind of get that. Who does this belong to? It is just the Republic of Pavia. Okay. Cool. Is antagonism shown anywhere? Because it bloody well should be. Why are they blue? Oh, because we're different culture groups. Verona still hates us. I'm wondering if I want to go after places like Pavia or Parma. Thinking about a little bit of expansionism. Who are you allied to? You don't like Montferrat. You're not allied to anybody. Oh, yes, you are. You're allied to Parma and to Tyrol. Oh, and these are two... I'm rivals of Tyrol. Beating Tyrol up would be good for me. Okay, you know what? Spy network time. But again, the CBs are really weird. Like, where's the I want to expand into your land CB? Because I'm okay with it taking a while to generate, but the fact that it's not even in the list is weird. So I'm really not sure how expansion's supposed to work without being able to make the most simple CVs. I only see Conquer Land CB in Parliament at the moment. Huh. I mean, that's true. We can convene a parliament. We have the money now to support such things. We'll hold it in Milan because I have the highest control, and also this increases centralization. I remember that from the tutorial. So we have tiny bit of support. Bolster the government has no support. Gravel road network. Well, the only two that are really worth looking at the moment are these two because they have the most support. So reducing tradition decay, which I think will actually mean tradition decay is turned off entirely, or more diplomatic reputation. I really don't feel like I need more diplomacy. Army exercises, however, sounds really good. Breno becomes a town. I think we're going to do the army exercises. Reduce opinion of Uri. I'm okay with that. Oh, the clergy and the burghers don't like this idea. Grant privilege. So clergy and administration to the clergy. Definitely not. Individualist values. Lose Republican tradition. Move towards individualism. Well, I can definitely see this one being good. Lose naval tradition, gain land. I'm okay with that too. Aristocratic support. No, not doing that one. Now, do these just cost that? I guess you only need 50% for it to pass. So this is done. Cool. I'm losing money because of the cost of the court. Short term, that's... Oh, no, we're making money again. Short term, that's fine. Let's start minting a little bit again. You know what? There is no break even. Military support in Milano. The army has in many ways been the most influential internal force in Milano, and the members of the Senato who come from and are loyal to the influential organisation have been persuaded to vote in favour. You reminded me that CB. So we'll lose 50% support if I do this. De Gratia Rex. The Cardinals of the Curia have come to the conclusion now enacted De Gratia Rex. Huh. Equilibrium goes up for all estates. That's actually really good. So what was I debating? I was debating whether I actually wanted to trigger the Fabricate CB. Get myself Palmer. No, you know what? As nice as expansion would be, my state is still incredibly unintegrated and everything. So there's basically no reason to do it. EU5 is purchasable now? Yes. Has been since the 4th of November. 4 days ago. You could have had it for 4 whole days. I don't think I care about the support. I'm not going to expand. I'm too busy centralizing. But I will take that army tradition. Because with my current thing that I'm supporting, army tradition isn't going to go down. I think I was just... Oh, somebody else again. I was just a bit jealous about the fact that they're going to get 2 institutions. But I've already got 1, so I'm not as miffed. So it's fine. I'll allow it. Monthly change 1.2 goes up to 55. Oh, yes. I foresee taxes in our future. Life in Milano. As representatives of areas that are sometimes quite distant from Milano, many Senato members often find that life in Milano during their visits is very different from what they're used to. Some find it cramped and filthy. Many seem quite relieved when they get to return home. This year has proven even harder than usual for the delicate sensibilities of our Senato members to endure. The hot months have been unusually hot, the wet months unusually wet, and the cold months unusually cold. A number of Senato members have now decided that they've had enough, and they have approached us, asking for help to make their stays more pleasant. Yeah, I'm good. I'll lose the support. As long as it stays, again, I think as long as it stays above 50, it's fine. And I'm at my manpower limit. But this would leave me with very little money if I do recruit those footmen, so I'm not going to do it. Cost of the court is costing us. Oh, the art school's costing me 0.7. Huh. Do we know what it does yet? Has it even been built? Art school. It costs a lot. It increases cultural tradition and cultural influence. And increases the skill of local artists. But it's not cheap to maintain. Ugh. That's where my money's gone. Someone's fighting. Upper Bavaria, that's the Emperor. If that hasn't changed. Nope, still Upper Bavaria. Ludwig IV has lasted a lot longer in this game than he did in my Brandenburg game. He died almost immediately. And that's when Austria managed to take over. Institutions is still semi-random, just had printing press spawn in West Africa. Interesting. Agrees. So we gained the army tradition. So we're now at 39.8. It's decaying by 0.19, but that's mostly because of just how high it is. The higher it is, the faster it decays. Fair enough. Control's killing us. Captain Lando Roman loses fortune. After a series of poor investments, Captain Lando Roman has been left penniless. As a member of the court, he sent us a desperate plea that we need to give him some financial assistance to help him get back on his feet, lest he ends up living the rest of his days on the street. No. Not happening. However, what is happening is taxes. Delicious. Okay, now I can afford to... No, I was going to save 50 ducats in my bank at all times. So we have to get up to like 70-ish, and then I'll hire them. Integrating Navarra is taking a while. Control's still only 11%, but at least it's now 38% done. We still have no control over the gold mine. Damn it! Francesco Petrarca, also known as Petrarch, the renowned poet and scholar, is widely celebrated for his exceptional contributions to Italian literature. His profound influence in the development of the sonnet form and the lyrical expressions of love and nature have changed literature forever. In his contemplative musings, he has often expressed his fervent desire to relocate to the illustrious court of Milano, where he believes his talent will be nurtured and his work will find greater appreciation. Stop charging me money! Fine. Because it's cultural. And that's apparently what we do. It better make something good. See someone in my court? I was expecting him to appear in here or something. I don't actually know what happens if you hire an artist. Because I thought that's literally what we just did. But apparently it wasn't. Is better, can have a better education. You are currently balanced, you have no traits. I think you're just going to stay balanced. You're going to be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Artists are in the people tab. somewhere. Nope. This is alphabetical. I've now sorted it by type. Barker goes to cleric, artist is not one of them. Clerics to labourers, labourers to nobles, nobles to peasants. Peasants to soldiers. Subsection characters. Ah, okay. There you are. So he's 39 years old. Prominent. Direct impact of art plus 25%. Artistic skill 85. I'm guessing that's out of 100, in which case he's quite good. Yeah, you're only 61. Available ready to craft a work of art by commission. Ah. 92! That's a waste of money. Coming of age, Guido del Toro. And Elisabetta has now become ambitious, so good at diplomatic and administrative. Especially administrative. Interesting. Whereas Da Vinci? Not around for another 200 or 300 years, I think. I don't know when Da Vinci was around. I don't think it was the 1300s. I think it was later, like 14 or 15. Yeah, 1452 till 1519. Increasing focus on defense, we've been clearing land around the fortifications to dig moats and create clear fields of fire. The people occupying the land have reacted in a most disloyal manner. Minus 15% satisfaction. Good grief. Could have an administrative one. No, I'm happy with your balanced. That's fine. Scholarly treatise. Advanced researched. Era of thought, arts and science will bring forth new waves of discoveries and inventions, allowing us to improve our adoption of foreign institutions. Right, because we do still need to embrace the institution, don't we? Okay. Next up. We wanted to start going down this path so that we could get some of the army stuff. We also wanted to... Oh, wait, that's just a flat 10%. No, we want to go down that way. Entrenching the societal role of each estate in our quarterly routine will ease the process of granting new privileges without causing rivalry between different estates. Does this become due? 22 months. Hops are still missing steady grain, wheat, fruit, and fur. How is the integration coming along? Because control still absolutely sucks, and we still have absolutely nothing going further north. Monthly control is going down. Your max control. You've already hit your max control of 9%. Seriously? Potential tax 5.4, effective tax 0.5. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. These integrations are definitely taking a while, though. Well, they're taking a while, but then again, we've been playing for a grand total of 7 years. So maybe not so much. Am I going to try the new anno? If I get a key from Ubisoft, then maybe. If I don't, then probably not. Cloth industry of Milan. In 1344, the cloth industry of Milan thrives. Skilled artisans weave fine fabrics, including silk and fine cloth. Renowned for the quality and craftsmanship, northern Italian cities such as Milan serve as the centres of textile production, attracting merchants and buyers from far and wide. The industry has come to play a vital role in the region's economy, generating wealth and employment opportunities. The exquisite textiles produced in northern Italy are highly sought after and have come to establish the region's reputation for being a leading hub. Are you going to make me pay money again? Grow up Milanese cloth guilds to the burghers. Gain development. Prosperity goes up. There's no downside. Gain a tailor guild. Gain Lombard burghers. Demand for Italian cloth goes up. Do it. If you're not going to charge me money, then absolutely. How's this going to affect the trade? So far it hasn't. We've gained a core! Como is now considered a part of the patrimony. We shall defend it to the last drop of peasant blood. Como. Lisbon. How does one core things? Control 25, max control 56. So coring it definitely helps. Ah, core rural settlement plus 20%, max control, monthly control 0.1. And at what point does it become a core? Because that is not actually a place that either of my people were coring. Oh, were you the one that was almost done already? That might well be the case. meant to do was this. Because that's just control. There's the integration. Conquered town. Yeah, so Como was that area that was like 88% done. And I moved my person to start working on Brescia instead. Speaking of which, actually, is there an overview of all of my states and how core they are? Because I could see it here. Yeah, they are in the process of integrating just automatically. But I'd kind of like to see how much and why. What's that? Ah, possible institution. We can now get the Renaissance if we wanted to. But I think I'm going to let it spread more. It's in my territory already, so it's fine. Don't want to pay more towards that than I have to. Particularly instability. Pop promotion speed is a factor of stability. That's good to know. Meanwhile, income's up to... Oh, it was 3 for a second. Parma in trouble. Surrounded by enemies they have abandoned by their overlords who intend to sell them off for another bidder. Powerless and exposed, the city is ripe for the taking. Hold on. Claim on Parma. We're 100% exploiting that. This is the place I wanted to take. No, that's Pavia. Where's Parma? Parma's here. Oh, even better. Select war goal. Claim on province. Who are you allied to? Quite a few people. And there is something important missing from this screen, which was, I'm fairly sure, an EU4. And that is a, like, an overview of... Oh no, it's here. We have 11,000 levies, they have 10. Alright, before we do this... Turn on the forts. Give it a month or so. So we actually have 3 forts now. Brescia, Cremona and Milano. Where can I see details about the fort itself? Fort, 93 of 100, there we go. Corruption. Lose prestige, ignoring corrupt constitutions does what? Efficiency of the cabinet goes down. Definitely don't want that, so I will take the 7 hit. And I think I will also increase the spending fairly dramatically at stability. Okay, so I actually have this for 5 years. I wonder. If I start spying on Parma, which is honestly something we should start doing anyway. Stop in Pavia. Send you to Parma instead. No, I'm not going to. Improving relations, that's actually almost finished on those two, which is nice. How's the garrison looking? Oh wow, big garrison. How often does the garrison increase? Also, we're very defensive, so fort defense has also risen. Leap year? Goes up by only 12. You're fully prepared. You're halfway and you're halfway. I think that's probably okay. Because the main thing that we need to do here is make sure that we divide and conquer. So we'll take our Parma. I probably won't take their land, but I will piece them out for money. And I then just need to defeat their armies individually. Parma's a truce with me. For a year. Never mind. Because there are almost certainly going to be negatives for breaking that. But I'm okay paying for the fort maintenance in the meantime because I want to make sure that my forts are as strong as possible. If these are both level 2s, that's awesome. Let's also, while I'm thinking about it, get a unit of footmen. Oh, I must also remember that this is going to need to be paid back in less than a year. Can I just repay it now? Underground art. State officials have recently discovered the meeting place of an underground art movement. Our officials were unable to catch the perpetrators, but managed to secure 3 art pieces that should be destroyed according to our religious censorship policies. Of course, destroying such a large amount of art that otherwise could be used for the good of the Signoria seems counterproductive. It would be worthwhile to ignore the clergy's complaints and secure the art for ourselves. So they gain estate satisfaction or they lose it, but we gain 3 renowned pieces. We're apparently doing a major cultural game at the moment, so we're going to keep it. The Captivating Sophia, The Ode to View, and Urban Bear. No option to sell it? It should be kind of interesting if there was a way of selling it here, but no, there isn't. Progress is advancing faster than ours. I'm losing money. Because my costs have gone down. Why is the cost of my court so high? Oh, because the aristocracy. No, that's plus 0.8%. I think it's just because my economic base has risen. Somebody's chilling in my lands. With the integrations and things going on, I should be earning more money, not less. Does the cost of the court... Is that based on your potential income, not your actual? Economic base. Tax base of a country plus the volume of all trade and sound toll. Soon. 7%. It's not that soon. And there we go. Codified privileges and duties is done. New technology time. More cultural tradition. So we were looking at the war with no CV cost and then the army morale. Hate the fact that I'm losing so much money again, though. These expenses are just skyrocketing. I'll drop the stability investment. But I think it's this. Generals concerned by our unmanly tactics. Our focus on defense is robbing the units of the alarm they need to be truly successful on the battlefield. Our generals are deeply concerned, and rumors that other countries snigger at us behind our back. Well, at the moment, prestige is doing nothing for us, so lose the prestige. And now it's going to be rising slowly. So even though Brescia is 61% integrated, it still has zero control here. One bad fluctuation and I'm back in debt. Need more control? No. I maxed out on that though, because the integration is reducing the maximum control, which means my max control is 0. So I'm integrating as fast as I can, but I've only got 2 people. They're both very good, it's just taking a really long time. And in the meantime, our country is just super unstable. I think I've kind of got to just deal with a tiny bit of inflation. Black Death, down the way. The plague is starting to spread. There it is. I'm sure it'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong in Renaissance Italy during the Black Death? Monastery. Max literacy for the clergy. I might actually let them finish that before I murder them. What have you missed, KO? Not much. The fine-tuning of the economy continues, the integration of stuff continues, and I'm trying to find an excuse to go to war with Parma. Or rather, I have the excuse to go to war with Parma, but I'm waiting for them to... Do they keep the construction if we take it? Probably, actually. It's being paid for. I'll let them finish it. It's giving me the opportunity to also increase my income, which is quite badly needed. Cost of the court's gone down. Like a ducat. Why does that keep fluctuating? We've got a son. Barnaba. Cool. Barn being child in Swedish. And their truce ended sometime in 46, so yeah. Once I finish this, we're going to war. That's the plan. Parasite wars have begun in my game. Going to be interesting as Spain, and I'm against my longtime ally France. 150k professional troops though is not bad. We can join the coalition against... We can join a coalition against Verona. What? Who's in it? Oh. Right now, just Mantua. Man, Italy really doesn't like Verona. For some reason. What on earth have you done, Verona? What's the population here? 124,000. Who are your allies again? Mantua's a rival. You have an alliance with Pavia, Montferrat. What about Verona? So you have Lucca as a minion. You're allied with the Papal States. Never mind. And this is why you always check. Alright, speaking of checking. You are allied to Pavia, Tyrol, Montferrat, Malaspina. Your rivals with me and Naples. Though I never rivaled you. Can I rival you? I want to have another rival. Why do I only get one rival? We can only have one. Boo. But I'm about to go to war with my rival in Tyrol, so that's good. The only problem is I have no forts up here in the north. So they're basically going to be able to occupy Treviso and Lugano. And there's not going to be much I can do about that. Unless I manage to deploy my armies up there very quickly. I'm again losing money. It's because my income's gone from 15 to 12. Verona save. Verona exists. The rest of Italy takes that personally. Alright, let's do it. Well, hang on. Tech-wise. Doing that one. So I still don't quite have the plus 10% army morale, which I would really like to have. If I declared on you... Getting, with that CB. Oh, we're considered stronger now. Oh yeah, they've lost an ally. Neither Florence nor Upper Bavaria will join, but that's okay. Let's do it. Wham! Raise the levies! We were. Okay. And with that, I'm going to say thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future, which is going to be tomorrow, 12 PM Central European time. We shall continue this and take the fight to Parma and their allies. And hopefully make a bit of dosh in the meantime. No stream this evening. I have some other plans going on this evening, which actually... Yeah, we're going to go and raid my friend from Paradox, Jesse. He's the main PR guy. He's also my DM for Pathfinder, Starfinder games, and just generally an all-round very swell fellow. He is currently doing a stream, which is a charity stream, which I would very much like to support, for... Oh, what's the charity called? I should know this. Extra Life, which is a charity which supports... like hospitals, children's hospitals, that type of thing. Which is very nice. He will be streaming for like 24 hours, and I myself will be joining him on that stream, playing a one-off, one-shot game of Starfinder Society at 8, I think it was supposed to be. So yeah, as soon as I find where on earth his channel is... There it is, LeJacques. We're going to go and raid him. Currently playing some Jackbox Party. He does really like doing like party game, group game type stuff. And as I said, he's just an all-round incredibly cool guy doing an incredibly cool thing. So I do hope you all head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. I'd love to see his chat lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking raid just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships just like this. I just noticed I said all of that during an advert. Sorry, everyone. So we are going to raid my friend Jesse, who is doing a charity stream for Extra Life. He's an absolutely fantastic guy. He's my DM for Starfinder and Pathfinder games. I will be joining him on his stream at about 8 PM Central European time to do a one-shot of Starfinder. But in the meantime, please do head on over there, show your love and appreciation for a really, really good cause. And yeah, he's awesome. So head on over there, and I'll see you all soon. Until then, bye-bye.
Holy Moses! Mordred!